Test, test. And just a reminder, we do have masks for those who do not have them. Please, please, please abide by this. Again, code enforcement will be here. You all are doing a great job of wearing your mask, and we thank you for that. We have the bathrooms open right now. Make sure you make your way. They're over to the west and to the east of the grandstands. Also, that's where you can find paper masks if you don't have them. We also have them at the announcer's booth. Please stop by Crave, Newman's Concessions, and now Nomadic Concessions is now open, and the Kettle Corn is now open. So please make your way over there so we can have vendors come back. Tropical Snow should be opening soon as well. So, and then the trash receptacles over here to the west, that is just for the shavings. No trash in there, please. Please use the buckets that we have around the facility for your trash. Please do not throw them in the waste bins, the big waste bins to the west. That's only for shavings. So please, please, please don't do that. Otherwise, we will get fined for any trash other than shavings in there.
Okay, so this was a tricky class. All these does are very similar in age, not just because of the class, but literally they're all within pretty much a month, month and a half of one another. So, you know, there's a lot of trade-offs, there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of good in this class. A few things that I'd want to improve on, but I think, and my top two, is what I was really struggling with, but I think I like them how they've placed now. I put this Oberhasli doe in front. I think she has the advantage on the move more so than the Nubian. The Nubian's going to be, I think, a little bit sharper in that front end than what the Oberhasli is, but on the move, this Oberhasli doe is really, really quite stunning. She walks really elegantly. She has a lot of depth to her. I think she's going to carry kids really well, too. She's really strong in those feet and legs. She's really open in the back, and just overall a really nice, you know, quality dairy animal. The Nubian in second, again, I really like her. I put her in my barn. I breed Nubians, and so I'm notoriously harder on the Nubians than anything else just because I just really like them. So I really like this doe. I think she's got a beautiful head on her. Nubians are really hard to get a really nice old school Roman nose, long bell ears, that sort of Nubian head, but she's definitely got a really nice breed characteristic to her. I think if she just leveled out a little bit more from her hips to her pins, then she probably would have beat that first place doe. But I think she's got a really good front end on her. She stands on really strong feet and legs. She's really smoothly blended. So general appearance wise, she's pretty well set. So that's what placed her over the doe in second, or I'm sorry, the doe in third. The doe in third, I'd like to see a little bit more open in that front end. She kind of pinches in at the elbows a little bit, but overall a really nice animal. She's very level on the move when she wants to walk. But she has a good front end on her. I really like her rear leg set too. I think she's going to mature beautifully. She's got a really nice, elegant, long neck, and that goes into a really nice La Mancha head as well. So again, just a really overall, those top three does really are standout does in this class. Not to take away from anything from the balance of the class, this fourth place doe, I'd like to see her a little bit longer. I'm sorry, not longer. I'd like to see her a little bit more level from hips to pins, and just maybe stretching that neck out a little bit more, and making sure that she's got that dairy character to her. But she stands on really good feet and legs. Again, just nitpicking on her to even her out a little bit more from hips to pins. The doe in fifth, I'd like to see her a little bit Again, level from hips to pins. I'd like to see her rear legs a little bit more angled in the back, but she has a really good front end. I think she's going to mature really nicely as she gets older. The doe in 6, I'd like to see her again a little bit more level from hips to pins. I'd like to see her a little bit more smoothly blended from the neck to the withers a little bit. But she has a really good breed characteristic. She is a really good size. She's very deep-bodied as well. So I think she's going to mature beautifully once she gets to that senior age. But I think she's going to be one of those sleeper does that as a junior, she's not going to, place as high as what you would like in a class. But I think once she freshens and she has an udder on her and everything, she's going to mature and look really, really nice. And then not to take away from the doe in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you. It's been a long morning already. Not to take away from the doe in 7, she's very deep-bodied and very long back as well. Thank you.
Let's give a hand to these Class 2 junior does, 6 to 12 months. In first place, the Emily Cunningham. I believe that's shown by her sister Annabelle. Second place, Alessandra Quintana. Third place, Asayashika Nakunya. Fourth place, Emily Cunningham. Fifth place, Colton Davies. Sixth place, Hannah DeFranco. And seventh place, Nolan Duty. That was Okay, our next class is Class 3, Junior Does, 12 months and 12 months to 18 months. And coming to the ring in this class, we have Kendall Sill and Asayashika Nakunya. This is Class 3, Junior Does, 12 to 18 months.
And very exciting, we have this streaming live on Facebook and our YouTube channel. And so this will be archived for those competitors who are in the show, and for those family members who aren't able to watch it live, this will be archived on our YouTube channel. That's something new we're doing this year. So thank you for your compliance with the mask ordinance. We do have masks on the east side of the grandstands and on the west side of the grandstands. And once we have the Dairy Goat Show competition, we'll continue. We'll follow by the Dairy Goat Skillathon at 11, the Rabbit Showmanship at 11. I'm going to get a quick training so we can bring that to you live on the Facebook and YouTube channel. At 12 to 2 p.m., we'll have the Market Goat Show. At 2 p.m., the Steer Show. 3 p.m., the Poultry Skillathon. 5:15, the Celebrity Show. The Alachua County Ag and Equestrian Center ribbon cutting ceremony. We have 19 dignitaries coming. It should be a great time. And our biggest show, the Swine Show, at 6 p.m. There are programs available on the tables on the east and west side of the grandstand. Be sure to check those out as they have information on the schedule. And it has pictures of last year's winners, and a thank you to all our different sponsors. And over here we have the 12-foot stock trailer. Be sure to check that out. We'll have a ticket table set up here soon so that you can purchase those tickets. You can purchase them online. $20 could give you a chance to win an $8,000 12-foot stock trailer that you see over there, brought to you by Texas Trailers. They've been doing this for 2 years. It's valued at $8,000. So check it out. Quality construction, very durable. And again, just a reminder, that trash can over there, the big blue trash can, that's only for our shaving trash. Please do not deposit any kind of other types of waste on there. Just shaving should go into that waste bin. We do have around the facility trash cans, so please deposit those there. Also, any waste that you bring in, please deposit it into those trash cans on your way out. Don't leave it in the stand so we have to pick it up. We thank you for your
Okay, so this is 12 to 18 months. We have a La Mancha in the front, a recorded grade, but a La Mancha type recorded grade in second place. A lot of trade-offs with these does, but I think the first place doe really brings it together for me the best. She's more smoothly blended in that front end compared to the doe in second. However, that doe in second is going to receive more points as far as size and stature because she is, a little bit more mature in that. But I really like this doe in first place. I think she's got a really good set of feet and legs on her. On the move, she's definitely the flattest from hips to pins. The doe in second, however, is a little bit longer. So again, there's some trade-offs, but I think today the first place doe is who's going to bring it together for me the best. That's going to be a really nice doe. I really like her front end. Just a really overall, really well-blended animal. The doe in second, again, she's going to have that height and that stature and everything. I'd like to see her a little bit stronger in the feet and legs. She has a tendency to turn in those hocks just slightly, and then she has a tendency to toe out in the front just slightly, but enough so when you're competing against a doe of this caliber, it'll land her in second. But overall, a really good doe. I think she's going to deepen out as she matures, and I think she's going to end up being a really good show doe for you once she freshens as well. So overall, a really good class, both deserving of blue ribbons.
Okay, Class 3, 12 to 18 months junior does, first place. Kendall Sill, second place, Asayashika Nakunya. Our next class is our Class 4 junior does, 18 to 24 months. We have 2 goats, both of them belong to Jalen Rogers. The second one is being shown by Abigail Hutchins.
So here we have two Toggenburg does. They're sisters. So they're very, very, very similar. They're both bred. So, you know, again, they're very similar in not only their age progression and, you know, their maturity levels and everything, but they're very similar in style. I put the doe in first, though. I think she has the slight advantage of depth of barrel as compared to the doe in second. Either she's farther along as far as her pregnancy, or she's carrying more kids or something, but something's giving her that advantage in overall depth of body as compared to the doe in second. I think on the move, the doe in second is a little bit more upstanding in the front end, but I think today the doe in first place is just presenting herself a little bit better, but both very similar in feet and legs, both very similar as far as their chest, as far as their openness in the rear end, and both deserving of blue ribbons.
Okay, so Jalen Rogers, first and second. Her second goat being showed by Abigail Hutchins. Okay, our next. Hey, Jess. Hey, oh, sorry about that. And the ring are our top two of each of the previous four classes for junior, grand, and reserve champion. So it's Abigail Hutchins. And that's Jalen Rogers, doe she has. Kendall Sill. Emily Cunningham, Jillian Rummel, Jalen Rogers with her own doe, Asayashika Nakunya, and Alessandra Quintana. This is junior, grand, and reserve champions we're selecting now.
Okay, so a really strong group of junior animals. Junior does, obviously we're not judging any sort of udder or anything like that. So we really look at that general appearance piece of the scorecard, body capacity, and we're looking at overall dairy character of an animal as well. And I think today, the doe that puts it together for me the most, you know, she's one that she's a little bit stronger in that front end. She's more open in the rear end as compared to the other does in the front of the class. She's just overall more smoothly blended as compared to some of the other does. I'm going to go with the Black La Mancha as my grand champion for today. Just an overall really nicely bred animal. She's very strong in those feet and legs, really upstanding in that front end, and I just really like her, you know, compared to the other does in the class. So if we pull her out, and, no, there you go. If we pull her out and look at the second place doe, I think when you compare her to the doe behind her, the Oberhasli doe, she, you know, has the advantage in height and stature, you know, even maturity may be argued a little bit, but I really like this Oberhasli doe. I think she's standing on strong feet and legs. She's pretty open in the rear end. I'd like to see her a little bit flatter from hips to pins, but I think this Oberhasli doe right here is going to be my reserve champion for today.
So our grand champion is Kendall Sill, and our reserve grand champion, Emily Cunningham. I think they're doing market first, but Wayne would tell you for sure. Okay, whoa, okay. We're having some issues with sound system here. My apologies. Don't know what's going on. But we're ready to head for our senior does. This is class 5, 2 years and older, but under 3 years. And we have Aiden McDaniel in the ring, single entry class. What was all that about?
Single entry for 2 and under 3 senior does. This doe really is a very elegant doe. She has a really nice front end on her. I really appreciate the front end. Like I said before, front ends are usually one of the hardest parts on dairy goats to fix. It takes multiple generations for a front end to look like that. Overall, she's really long-bodied. She's really level from hips to pins, especially on the move. Just an overall really nice doe. I really like her head, too. Just overall breed characteristics. Very deserving of a blue ribbon.
Okay, and that's Aiden McDaniel, winner of this Class 5 Senior Does. Our next class is Class 6 Senior Does, at least 3 years old, but under 4 years old. We have Alessandra Quintana and Colton Davies.
In a second, I'm trying to post these pictures. Okay.
This is a class of 3 and under 4. We have a La Mancha doe in first place and then an Oberhasli doe in second place. Both really nice animals. The doe in first place freshened just recently. She's really showing that overall, look that we want on a dairy goat. She's very upstanding in the front end. She's level from hips to pins. She's very long-bodied. She's showing us a really, really nicely attached udder. Really good teat placement. If I'm going to pick on her a little bit, I think I'd like to see her a little bit more smoothly blended in her fore udder. I'd like to see that fore udder a little bit, more smoothly blended up into her belly and everything. But overall, a really, really nice doe. I think she's going to continue to mature. I think she's going to continue to deepen out and everything. And she reminds me of an old-style doe, so I really appreciate that on her. Not to take anything away from the doe in second, I really like this doe in second. I think udder comparison, udders are 35 points on the scorecard, so we have to, look at that and take that into comparison. So as far as the capacity of the mammary system as compared to the doe in first, that's why she gets put down into second. However, she is still very deep-bodied, very similar to the doe in first place. She's also level from hips to pins, especially on the move, and she's got that great length of body. She's also showing really nice breed characteristics as well. I really like the head on this doe. And overall, again, if I'm just going to pick on her a little bit, I just like to see more capacity in her mammary system, but she's milking through also, so we have to take that into consideration as well. But I think as she continues to freshen and adds additional freshenings onto her, you're going to see that capacity come back into her udder. So both very deserving of blue ribbons. Really nice class of senior does.
Okay, Class 6 Senior Does. First place, Alessandra Quintana. Second place, Colton Davies. We're now going to Class 7 Senior Does, 4 years of age to 5 years of age. And entering the ring, we have Hannah DeFranco, Nolan Duty, and Kendall Sill. Class 7 Senior Does.
Just want to catch you up on the schedule again. The schedule is in the programs, which are located on the east and west side of the stands with the schedule. We have at 11 a.m. we'll have the rabbit show. We're just getting prepared. We'll have that live stream. All of these competitions are being live streamed on our YouTube channel. That's something new for this year. So these videos will be archived so you can watch them later for those participants. So that's really exciting to have that this year. And then we'll have at 12 to 2 p.m. the Market Goat Show, Breeding Goat Show, and Showmanship will be contested between 12 and 2. The classes are listed across from the pens on the north side by the blue banner there. You can get your picture there at our backdrop for all our platinum sponsors. Parks Ford of Gainesville, Watson C&D, B&M Equipment, Texas Trailers, and Clay Cooperative. So those will be there. So make sure that you check out your classes for those 12 to 2 p.m. Market Goat Show. And last but not least, if you have not checked in for and got your exhibitor packet, we still have those in the building, the red roof building to the east, and make sure you go in there and pick those up. We also have your t-shirts as well.
Again, a really nice quality of animals in this 4 and under 5 class. The doe in first place, again, when we look at the scorecard, 35 points of the scorecard for a senior doe is that mammary system. So she's showing the most mature mammary system on all 3 of the does in this class. She freshened, not too long ago and everything. I would like to see her udder be a little bit more symmetrical and even out a little bit. I'd like to see her rear attachment be a little bit stronger. However, she is showing us a really good shape to the mammary system. And overall really good teat placement as well as capacity of that mammary system. And not to take away from her body as well, she's really strongly built. She's very long, especially from the hips to the pins. That's a really nice rump on that doe as far as length goes. And she's very upstanding in the front end as well. The doe in second, I played in my head back and forth these 2 does right here because the doe in third is in milk, the doe in second is dry. So, there's a lot of trade-offs with these does, especially when we're looking at the scorecard, because we're looking at, obviously, a more mature mammary system that's in milk as compared to a dry doe. However, I think when we're looking at general appearance, which is still a significant amount of points on the scorecard. I really like this doe in second. I think she just presents herself a little bit better than what the doe in third does. I really like the front end on that doe. She's got a really nice chest floor on her. She's really long. She's very deep-bodied. She's also bred, but I like to see her a little bit more level from hips to pins, but I really do like the long, lean neck on her as well as the length of body from her chine into her loin. But overall, really good class. All 3 deserving of blue ribbons.
Okay, Class 7, Senior Does, first place, Nolan Duty, second place, Hannah DeFranco, and third place, Kendall Sill. Okay, now we're going to be selecting Grand and Reserve champions. So we're bringing the top 2 of each class. One class just has 1, so should have 5 does out here. So we have Aiden McDaniel, Colton Davies, Alessandra Quintana, Nolan Duty, and Hannah DeFranco.
So this is for Grand and Reserve for the senior doe classes. Really strong front line right here. These are my first place entries from all the different age classes. When you're looking at the class, the younger doe, the Oberhasli doe, you know, she's really immature as compared to the does ahead of her, but I think she's got a lot of potential with her. I really like her length of body. I really appreciate her upstandingness in the front end, especially how well her neck and withers blend together. You know, overall a really good doe, but I think she's a little immature to compete against these two older does ahead of her. The two does ahead of her, you know, they're both La Mancha does. They're both very similar in type. I think there's a lot of trade-offs with the does as compared to their bodies, but I think what really makes, you know, the determining factor for me is when you look at those udders on them. The doe, the black La Mancha doe, you know, just has a really nice rear attachment to her. Her teats are placed better as far as more pointing towards the ground. I think she's a little bit smoother blended on that fore udder, although I'll pick on them both for their fore udders a little bit. But I think overall they're both really long-bodied, lengthy does. I think the doe in front has a little bit better front end on her as compared to the doe behind her, the black La Mancha doe. Again, they're very similar in feet and legs. They're very similar in body capacity. But I think the doe that puts it together for me the best today is going to be this black La Mancha doe right here. She's going to be my grand champion. Just a really stunning doe. She's still got a long career ahead of her as far as, you know, in the show ring and everything, and I think she's going to continue to get better with age. So she's very well deserving of a grand champion. Then when we look at the second place doe, this Oberhasli doe that was behind her, compared to the Oberhasli doe here to my left, and then the La Mancha doe at the head of the line, I think I'm going to go back up to the La Mancha doe as my reserve champion because I just really like the way she's put together. I like that front end on her, and I think she just shows a little bit more maturity overall. But really good senior classes.
Okay, a round of applause for our senior grand champion doe, Alessandra Quintana. Reserve is Nolan Duty. Okay, entering the ring now are the homegrown does. Homegrown, born and bred homegrown does. We have Jalen Rogers, Abigail Hutchins with one of Jalen's does, Alessandra Quintana, and Hannah DeFranco. I apologize. I just looked up and realized I had missed one coming in the ring. That is Jillian Rummel.
This is the last class that I have for the day. I just want, before I start talking about this class, I just want to thank y'all for having me out here. I'm an FFA advisor and an agriculture teacher down in Hillsborough County, and any chance that I get to come out and help these youth exhibitors and give them feedback and just pass on my knowledge and everything. I certainly don't know it all, but I've been around the sun a few times, so I kind of know a few things as far as dairy goats go, and just really like looking at really high quality animals, and that's what I've seen here today, is just overall really high quality animals. And this is a really cool class because this is a bred and owned class, so that means that these does were bred by these exhibitors and they're now owned by them, so it's kind of a full circle. In the FFA world, we call those proficiencies, and it's a really good thing for these exhibitors to experience having these does born to them on their properties or out of does that they previously owned, and then seeing them mature and freshen themselves. So it's definitely a full circle class, and I really like this class. I wish there was more classes like this, because it really truly shows what you can do and the power of genetics within the dairy goat industry. So I'm going to talk about all these does a little bit, starting with the Nubian doe up here. I think this doe is going to continue to mature. I think she's got a really strong front end on her. I think she's going to keep getting better with age. I'd like to see her a little bit more level from hips to pins, but hopefully as she matures, that'll help out a little bit. But I would definitely breed her to a buck that improves top lines. I think that's going to be your biggest thing, and if you can breed her to a buck that'll improve top lines, I think if you get the kids out of her, like a doe kid, that would be nice to have, right? If you can get a doe kid out of her, then I think she'll do really well in the show ring, and I think she's going to continue to do well, especially if we can get that top line a little bit more leveled out. The two Toggenburg does here in the middle, they're sisters. Again, they're both bred, very similar type does as well. I think they're both going to continue to mature as well. I think once they freshen, they're going to deepen out a little bit more, and we're going to see more substance to them once they freshen and once they deepen out. Again, I'd like to see a little bit more levelness from hips to pins, and maybe this doe right here to my left, a little bit more smoothness and blending from that neck into the withers as compared to her sister. However, she is the deeper of the two of them. So, again, a lot of trade-offs between these does, and I think an overall general appearance buck would really do some really good things for these does as well. My two senior does here at the end, these are the ones that, get me excited because they're just really, really substantial does. We have a doe that's in milk, and then we have a doe who's bred but dry, but still showing off, just like how a dairy goat should. So this La Mancha doe right here, just really strong overall, length of body, feet and legs, her chest, her neck. You know, I honestly could talk about this doe quite a bit. I just really like her. Again, I'm going to pick on her with her forudder a little bit. I'd like to see her more smoothly blended with that forudder. So if you can get her on a buck that will improve that forudder, I think her kids will be stunning, especially if you can keep that overall general appearance with her as well. This Oberhasli doe right here, I wish she was in milk because she is a good goat. And I told the kids as I was going through, I looked at this young lady and I said, that Oberhasli doe, if she was in milk, was going to give you a run for your money. And she said, yeah, I know. And, you know, that's also a good trait of a good showman also, is when you can pick up on other animals and you can see what you need to improve in your herd as well. But this Oberhasli doe, she's probably got the best front end I've seen on a doe today. I really, really like this doe. I really like her openness in the rib. I like her length of body. I think she is more smoothly blended from her neck into her withers as compared to the La Mancha doe. I think she's overall more level from hips to pins as well. She's very open in the back, but again, when we're looking at that scorecard, 35 points of that is the mammary system. So for my grand champion today, it's going to be this La Mancha doe for bred and owned, and then my reserve champion is going to be the Oberhasli doe.
Okay, our homegrown grand champion, Alessandra Quintana, reserve champion, Hannah DeFranco. So, announcement, all you dairy goat people, northeast corner of the building over here, these tables will be the dairy goat skills over here, dairy goat skills over here, northeast corner of the building. Next up, 11 o'clock is the rabbit show, and then noon will be the market goats. 2 o'clock will be the steer show. So dairy goat skillathon right now, or 11 o'clock in the northeast corner of the building here. Dairy goat skillathon. So that's it for the Dairy Goat Show. Thank you all. Thank you exhibitors, parents, leaders, sponsors.
different. We need everybody to pay really close attention. So we'll start with Cloverbuds, and I'm going to call them up by name one at a time. If you need help carrying your animal, again, we ask that somebody in your family helps you with that so we're not cross-contaminating against rabbitries. Okay, I was afraid I was like yelling. No, it's very jumbled. Okay, so we're going to start with our Cloverbuds. Our first Cloverbud is going to be Adley Beauty.
And the Dairy Goat Skillathon is going to get underway. It's going to be up on the west side of the grandstands. So Beth Kennelly is raising her arms. So if you're interested or you're entered in the Dairy Goat Skillathon, make your way up to the grandstands and head west. Beth Kennelly has the setting it up over there. And this is being live streamed online at our YouTube channel and our Facebook page, so be sure to tune in. It'll be archived for later watching.
Our next Cloverbud is going to be Briar Boyd.
And just a reminder, the Dairy Goats Skillathon scheduled to begin at 11 a.m. That'll be contested up at the west side of the grandstands. Have somebody waving their hand there, so make sure you make your way over there for the Dairy Goat Skillathon. At noon, we'll have the Market Goat Show. Those classes are posted on the whiteboard across from the pins near the photograph area. So they're posted there for anybody participating in the Market Goats. That's set to begin at 12.
Our next Cloverbud is Luke James. And our last Cloverbud is going to be Jocelyn Rummel. Jocelyn Rummel. So that concludes our Cloverbud portion of the open show. So we will be moving on to our full open show to compete for Grand and Reserve. We will go by breeds and then exhibitors within that breed. We're going to start with the Himalayans. And then the next class after that will be the Polish.
Now we're back to the blue ribbons. Yes.
So we have 3 entries in our Himalayan class. All of them are being shown by Jalen Rogers. So that was the end of our Himalayan class. And as Jalen was the only entry, Jalen received Best in Breed and Reserve Best in Breed. So we can give Jalen a good round of applause. And we are moving on to the Polish. We're going to let Jalen show her first Polish and then start calling the other Polishes up in order. So stay tuned. Okay, our next Polish entry is going to be Jillian Rummel, and you can bring both of your entries up, honey. All right, Jillian, great job. 2 blue ribbons there. Next, we will do Caitlin Tuning. She has 2 entries also. You can bring them both up at the same time. All right, congratulations, Caitlin. We've got a red ribbon for her buck and a blue ribbon for her doe. So now we need the blue ribbon animals to come back. We'll start with Jalen Rogers. Okay, so let's do this. Let's have the exhibitors come up. If you had a blue ribbon rabbit in this class, bring your rabbit up. Just do not set it on the table. Hold it and bring your card up. And we will review your scorecard. And then if she wants to judge your rabbit again, we'll have you put it on the table. So Jillian, I need you to bring both of yours up. And yes, Caitlin, your doe.
She's just still a little too young to truly compete against this one today, okay? A ton of potential in this one. She's got to catch up. Hey, don't let him jump off. Yeah, because they also don't want that big drone. Okay, you guys can take them. They're going to bring you your stuff, okay? How do you guys feel?
Okay, so in our Polish class, our best of breed is going to go to Jalen Rogers, and our reserve is going to Caitlin Shooting. Both of you need to stay close by for the Grand Champion Drive. Okay, next breed is going to be Holland Lop. And first we have Elena McGraw. So those exhibitors that just finished with their Polish, if you do not have another breed, you can head up to the stands and start taking your showmanship test and breed identification. Congratulations, Elena, with your red ribbon animal there. Can we have Annabelle Cunningham please come up? Are you Annabelle? Right. All right, congratulations, Annabelle, with your red ribbon rabbit there. Now, we're going to jump out of line just a minute. We've got a family, so let's bring Annabelle and Isabel Henson both up. Right. Congratulations, Isabel and Annabelle on Blue Ribbon Rabbits. All right, up next is Ella Prine, and then right after that will be Messa Thrift. That will conclude our Holland Lops. Ella, go ahead and come on up. All right, congratulations to Ella, blue ribbon. Messa, if you want to go ahead and bring yours up. And then all of our blue ribbon Holland so far, if you guys want to go ahead and bring your rabbit up and stage, you just stay right here, and we'll do best in breed in just a minute. All right. Best in breed for Holland Lop is going to go to Ella Prine. And reserve best of breed is going to go to Annabella Henson. Congratulations, guys. Both of you need to stay close for the grand champion, okay? Yep, you can go to your table. You can even probably go do your test and come back, okay? Okay, up next we're going to do the Dutch. And we have another family, Hannah and Eliana, so you both can bring up your entries. I think they're over there.
right now, so yeah, you can go and grab it.
vehicles that are parked on the grass on the
The 2021 Alachua County Fair and Youth Show and Livestock Show. We are starting the market goats right now. So our first class is Class 1. And in this class we have Brooklyn Lemons, Mariana Caballero, Kinsley Harvey, and Reese Richardson.
All right, congratulations, Eliana and Hannah, both on Blue Ribbon Rabbits. Last Dutch entry is going to be Morgan Polson.
Want to say it's a pleasure to be with you this morning or this afternoon and be able to come and evaluate your goat show down here today. We got an extra class to start the show out with. I think the 4 individuals have done a great job as they presented these animals to me this morning. We've been able to evaluate them and really study them from the composition standpoint, where they're put together, the amount of meat shape that they have in them. And I think the young lady right here in the front is going to win the class. One that when you study this animal, his weather's really put together nicely. One when you go and put your hands on them, it's more fresher to the touch in comparison to the 3 down below him. One that just has more natural thickness over his top, shows more expression through that rack, more expression through that loin, has more turn to that loin edge. When you get out and view him from behind, just shows more muscle expression, especially that lower 1/3 down there. If we could change him, may want to clean him up a bit in that front right through his shoulder, make him a little more elevated in that sternum right there. But other than that, a really good goat here to win this class. Young lady's coming next, not the largest in the class. Probably, if I had to guess, was probably the pounds lightest in the class. But when you study him from a composition standpoint and the way he's put together, he's really neat made through that front end. One that you study him from the side, I like the way he has some round in that rib shape. He's still high enough in that chest floor for me. One that could use some more days on feed as far as conditioning and when you put your hands on him, not the freshest in the class, but one that has, I feel like, the most potential as far as that natural muscle shape that we find in comparison to the 3 left in the class. Yes, you would like to see him a little bloomier in his overall makeup, but still a very good goat that we have here in second. Young lady's coming next. One that when you handle down the top, has some width shape over his top. To me, when you study him from the side, though, we're starting to get deeper in that chest. One that's starting to get a little flatter in that rib shape, not as much muscle definition when you view him from behind, a little steeper out of his hip than we'd like to see, but still a good goat we have here in third. And the young lady's coming next, kind of the same deal. One we just like to add more rib shape to him, like to raise him up in that sternum, make him cleaner through that front end, more elevated through the front, like to level him up in that tail set too, and add more muscle expression in the back to move him up in class. But another good goat that we have here in class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, our Class 1 market goats. First, we have Brooklyn Lemons. Second, Reese Richardson. Third, Kinsley Harvey. And fourth, Mariana Caballero. Okay, our next class of market goats, Class 2. Coming in the ring, we have Austin Floyd, Judson Bukey, Chase Floyd, Kate James, and Michaela Hodges. This is Class 2B market goats. And while they're out there and our judge is doing his work, I'll introduce our judge to everyone. Our judge is Mr. Dennis Kendrick. He's a young farmer advisor in Turner County, Georgia. He has been teaching ag for 23 years and has coached multiple livestock judging teams with success at region, state, and national levels. He's married to Jenny Kendrick, and they have 3 kids, Haley, Abigail, and Jarrett, and all are involved in livestock judge showing. They show sheep, goats, and hogs back up in Georgia, and own and operate Kendrick Livestock, where they raise and sell market lambs and goats. So welcome Mr. Dennis Kendrick, our judge.
And just a reminder, we need to have those vehicles moved that are parked on the grass. Red GMC truck DBV K57, VW Atlas DLB B85, HHR Chevy 3462VG, and the Ford Flex Y66 AZE. Please have those removed. Also, friendly reminder, exhibitors, volunteers, friends, and family and supporters of the fair. County Manager's Office last night informed us that the code enforcement will be here on site during the fair to enforce the mask wearing ordinance. Please wear your mask and maintain social distancing. We have masks available on the tables at either end of the grandstands and hand sanitizer stations there as well. If everyone does their part, we'll have a great fair. Otherwise, there's a chance that our fair could be shut down and all the hard work of our 300-plus exhibitors, volunteers, and the Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Board will be lost. Please do your part. We have to have a successful fair. Please wear your masks. Thank you for your help in this matter.
Another really good class that we have in our second class of weathers here. I think when you look at this class, you've got a pair of weathers that you have to bring up to the top. Very similar in their making kind. When you lay your hands on them, I think is where you start to find some differences in them and really sort through them. I think the young man right here is going to win the class. One that a weather just more expressive in his overall rack shape, and more expressive and has more turn to his loin edge. When you really put your hands on him, I feel he's just a touch fresher in his handle. When you study him from the side, he opens up bolder in that that shoulder, that point of shoulder. He opens up cleaner in that breast. For me, when you combine all that into about an eye-appealing package, I just think he naturally balances up a bit better than the young man we have in second. Nonetheless, really good weather we have here. One that I said very similar in type and kind. It's those fine details. He's just not as fresh over that rack shape, not quite as wide in that loin edge as we find in the weather that wins the class. Young lady who's coming next, red weather, one that I just think naturally finds its place in the third place hole in this class. One that when you go up and approach him, lay your hands on him, he's got some freshness atop to him, some width of loin. One that I'd like to add some more expression to his hind leg when you view him from behind, but nonetheless, a very good, very muscular weather we have here in third place. Young lady's just coming next. One that you really like when you steady him walking in. He has some width of expression, especially base width when he walks on him. However, when you go up and touch him, he's just a little more stale in his handle. Doesn't show that expression of muscle that we need to see to move up higher in class, especially over the rack and loin. Kind of the same deal with the young man following that. One that just when you look at from a muscle standpoint, just not as expressively muscled, not the freshness of handle we'd like to see, just not the total muscle mass that we need to be moved up higher in this class. But let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Okay, Class 2 Market Goats. First place, Chase Floyd. Second place, Austin Floyd. Third place, Michaela Hodges. Fourth place, Kate James. And fifth place, Judson Buki. Now we're bringing in our Class 3 Market Goats. Have Jalen Rogers, Allie Ellickson, Grant Welch, and Melanie Butts. This is Class 3 Market Goats. Remind everyone we have vendors, food vendors, and clothing vendors out to our west, the southwest of the building here. We have Newman Concession serving through dinner, nachos, Philly cheesesteak, hot dogs, sodas, funnel cakes, burgers, fries, and anything your belly desires all day long. Nomadic Chicken Truck. They've been coming to our fair for 6 years. They have specially prepared Boston butt pulled pork sandwiches, freshly cut chicken tenders, homemade mac and cheese, are just a few of the items. Abundant Grace Kettle Corn is here with their freshly prepared kettle and caramel corns. They'll be here all day Saturday and Sunday and can be found under the pole barn directly behind us here, behind me, in front of you. Also have the closet, which has some clothing items, hats and t-shirts, and I saw a few other things in there. And we also have the Crave food truck, which has barbecue, hot dogs, of several types of hot dogs, mac and brisket, loaded fries, brisket bowl, Southwest bowl, and salads. So 3 types of salads. So if you're hungry, catch one of our vendors out here.
we get our third class of market goats out here. I think we got a young lady who brings us a wether here that's really nice as far as the way he's put together. Really balances nicely from the profile standpoint. You put him on the side, he's really long, he's really level. When you go to handle him, he's opened up really wide in those shoulders, carries that expression of muscle back over that rack, throughout that loin. If we could change him, he wants to get a little high in that jump muscle, right there at that hip-loin junction. If we could smooth him out there a little, just a tad bit more, I think we could improve his overall look, but really, really good one here to win this class. Young lady here in second, one that we come and look at him. From a side point, not as quite as eye-appealing because he's a little deeper in his chest floor, not quite the rib shape we see in our class winner. Nonetheless, you go to lay your hands on him, and he really impresses you with the feel and handle down his top. He's really fresh to his touch. He has some muscle shape over that rack, carries that expression back to the loin. You get behind him, he has some muscle shape that you view him from behind. One that I think just really puts together and finds himself logically finding in the second place hole in this class to me. Young lady's coming next in third. One that we handle, one that when you look at him, has some rib shape to him, has some length of body to him. I'd like to clean him up in that front end, raise him up a little higher to give him a little more eye appeal from the side. One that I'd like to freshen him up and handle over the top. But once again, when you study him and get behind him, he has some muscle shape, especially in that leg muscle. We just need to freshen him up a bit today to move him up in class. Young man's coming next with his red wether, one that, once again, from a size and scale, you really like this wether. He's really big, he's really bold. But once again, that handle down the top, one that we got to freshen up, one that we got to put more bloom on him as far as feed to get that muscle shape to pop in comparison to ones above him to get that handle to him today, more muscle shape to move him up in class. But let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Okay, our Class 3 market goats in first place, Jalen Rogers. Second place, Allie Ellickson. Third place, Melanie Butts. And fourth place, Grant Welch. So now our Class 4 market goats. Have Ashley Mallard, Carly Grant, and Madison Lalonde.
We're going to start this class with a young lady's weather that's really being hard-headed for her today, that does not want to cooperate with her. He's really wanting to keep his head down. Nonetheless, when you study him from a market aspect and the terminal look that he has, he's the one that looks more athletic in his appearance. He's the one, when you lay your hands on him, he's opened up more. He's freshest to the handle, has more expression atop, of muscle down his top, especially over that rack and loin. One that you get behind him, as we say, is more rounder in his muscle shape, wider in that stifle region, lower, has more muscle shape in that lower 1/3. One that if we could change him, it would be cleaning him up in that front. He's really stiff-necked, really wants to make him look lower when he does that. And, of course, without holding that head up, it makes him want to raise that back up more than we'd like to see as far from a balance standpoint. But when you look at him from the terminal aspects that he carries, he's the most terminal in his design, the most muscle shape, the one that's most market-ready, in my opinion, today. Young lady's coming next. One that's really got a large whether that's got a large skeletal outline, one that's really long-bodied, one that would appear to be older than some of the others in the class. Nonetheless, when you lay your hands on him, you'd expect him to be carrying more condition than he does. That's not the fact. And truth is, I think he could have some more conditioning to freshen him up in his overall handle. He's a big old boy. He's really opened up, really cleaning that front end. However, I think it becomes that maturity aspect. He starts to get a little deeper in that chest floor, doesn't have that balance and look we have, wants to drop down right below those shoulders a bit and then raise up in that loin, doesn't have quite the muscle expression that we see in the class winner. Young lady's coming next, one that just really didn't want to get out and move for us today, one also that just doesn't have that muscle expression that we need to find her moving up in class, not as opened up in those shoulders, not as wide down that top, doesn't carry that muscle expression from behind, but one that when you look at him, really has some good characteristics as far as has some round, is really round bodied, has some rib shape to him. We just need him to handle with more muscle shape today to move up in class. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Okay, Class 4 Market Goats. First place, Ashley Mallard. Second place, Carly Grant. Third place, Madison Lalonde. Okay, so we need the first in class winners to come back into the ring. So that is Brooklyn Lemons, Chase Floyd, Jalen Rogers, and Ashley Mallard. So this is the top from each of the 4 classes, and we'll be picking the grand champion.
always interested when you bring your class winners back, put them together, and just to see what they look like in that championship drive. And as we go through and talk, and we're going to start down here with Class 1. We brought the Class 1 back from one, the smallest class of the day, one that we talked about having some muscle shape to her. Know this weather is not the freshest of the handle. He's not the most conditioned weather out here. If anything, we'd like to change him right there. Weather, though, when you put him in motion and really study him, he's got some muscle shape to him. He's designed the right way. If anything we want to change about him was changing up in the way he sits in that chest floor and in that sternum. I'd like to raise that up, give him a little more balanced look from a side profile, just make him a little fancier in appearance. But one that we like the muscle shape that he has, one that I think if we were feeding these on out has a bright future. He just needs more time on feed to bloom out and really get to where we want him to be as far as that muscle shape as we see in some of these heavier class winners today, but a really good goat we come out of Class 1. Young man brings out of Class 2 a goat that a really close class there. We had a pair of goats, if I recall correctly, that were very similar in their type and kind. Both of them really eye-appealing to look at. Both of them had a lot of muscle shape to them. This goat is no exception as far as when you look at him, he really lines up well. As far as the design package, I like the way he's put together. He really opens up, has some muscle shape. No, he's not the freshest handling today. Yes, he could be pounds heavier and have more muscle expression. That's what he has to his disadvantage. We would like to see him a little fresher in his touch. Maybe not the neatest presented in as far as his clip job on him today, but that's getting real nitpicky of a very good goat. That one that when you stand him here, you question a few things about him, but where you really like him is when you put him in motion. This guy is really neat to watch him in motion. He gets that head up. He prances around this ring. He's really good off them feet and legs, which is why I had walked him one more time. I wanted to see these shavings can make it deceiving sometimes, as thick as they are. I wanted to see him move one more time. He's really good when he prances around this ring. He levels out. I really like how he balances out there, shows that muscle shape. He's athletic in the way he's put together. Really, really good from that standpoint. Like I say, if we could change him, I'd like him a little fresher to the handle, maybe tighten him up in his clip job to help with that aspect a little bit, but a really good goat we've got here out of the second class. Young lady's coming next. One that does have that freshness to handle, one that does handle really nice, really hard, really firm. We questioned him in a class of his jump muscles. I still question that. I'd like to see him change right there. The way he ties in him, jump muscles get a little higher, therefore making him look like he pinches ever so slightly in that hip-loin junction. But one that when you get him up and you balance him, I think he really balances out well. He really handles firm to the touch. He's got a lot of muscle shape to him. He's high enough in that front end. Another one that when you put him in motion really walks around the ring really well, really structurally correct here. Very good one that we have coming out of Class 3. Young ladies that come out of Class 4, one that if you come just study him over the top and look down on him, probably the widest loin in the class, which should happen being out of the heaviest class. One that, though, as you move him around the ring, stubborn as he is, I think part of that is stubbornness. Part of it is a structural issue right there on that front end. He wants to get a little deeper in that chest, hold his head down, which makes him roach up in his back ever so slightly. Really good in that loin as far as width. However, when we get behind him, I think he wants to get to drop off ever so slightly in that tail set. I would like to raise him out there and level him up. Probably for his mass and all that he has, we could add some more bone to him to really help in his balance. But a very muscular, very good weather that we have come out of Class 4. So therefore, when you get there, we've got some give and take and really some things to think about as far as when you combine them. To me, I think that's what it is here for picking our champion. Which one has the most pieces in place that I like to see and combines them in a nice enough package with still muscle shape and still enough handle to him. And I think when you study that and add all those pieces together, we got one comes to mind. Our champion today is going to be out of Class 3. Congratulations.
Okay, our grand champion is Jalen Rogers. So from Class 3, we need Allie Ellickson in the ring, which she's already ahead of me. And we're now looking for the reserve.
bring back our second place winner from Class 3. One that we talked about in class, not quite the same design in the type and package that we had in our class winner that we just named champion, but one that when you handle him down his top, we was impressed by the muscle shape he has. I think he's just right in his condition factor. I think he's got enough muscle shape, one that comes out and represents well to be back in here in this championship drive. However, I'm not going to sit and beat around the bush and lie to you about it. I think there's two more individuals in here that really hit me hard as far as we have to study and really in contention to follow up in that second place hole. While they have some similarities, there's some differences in them. And I won't lie to you which ones they are. That we're discussing the one out of Class 2 and the one out of Class 4. When you analyze those two, we've talked about one that you put him in motion, you really like how he looks. He's really structurally sound. He's got some muscle shape to him, just not the freshest handling today. You've got another one out of Class 4, one that wants to be hard-headed, keep that head down, wants to put him up in the back, maybe not the bone shape we'd like to see, maybe not as balanced that we see in the out of Class 2, but one that's got a lot of muscle shape to him, really handles wide over that top, really fresh to the handle, so you like that about him. I think at the end of the day, I have to ask myself, well, which one, if it was my kids and we was choosing between two, which one would I pick of the two? And while I like them both, I think there's just one, in my opinion, that I just think when you talk about quality from top to finish, which one's the better put together, has the most muscle shape, regardless of what size he is, I think it's a young man in Class 2. He's going to be the reserve champ.
Okay. Our reserve champion is Chase Floyd. Okay, our next event, we're going to go to Showmanship, and we're going to start with the seniors Showmanship. Market Goat Showmanship, seniors, Allie Ellickson, Ashley Mallard, and Reese Richardson. They're coming in a little different order, so that's fine. Okay, coming in the ring in this order. Reese Richardson, Allie Ellickson, and Ashley Mallard.
And just a reminder, our Bloodmobile is now open. It'll be here till 6:30. One Blood doing a drive for us. It's our 5th annual blood drive. And currently in the lead for the FFA is Newberry with 2 donations. And right behind them is Santa Fe with 1 donation. On the 4-H side, it's Micanopy Friendship. They have 2 donations. So we want to get those numbers up to about 75 or more. With your donation, you'll get a $10 gift card and a long sleeve or tie-dye t-shirt. If you do a double red donation, you get an additional $10 gift card and a $25 gift card to Carrabba's Italian Grill. They'll be here till 6:30. Be sure to mention your FFA or 4-H club, and so that we can tally that. And at the end, all the members of those clubs will receive prizes from One Blood, our blood drive sponsor. Vehicles. We still have some vehicles parked on the grass on the northeast side that we need to have moved. So if you have your vehicle parked on the grass on the northeast side, please move them, as we need that area to be cleared. Again, we received word last night that from the county manager's office that code enforcement will be on site during the fair to enforce the mask wearing ordinance. Please wear your mask and maintain social distancing. We have masks available on the tables at either end of the grandstands and hand sanitizer stations as well. If everyone does their part, we'll have a great fair. Otherwise, there is a chance that our fair could be shut down and all the hard work of our 300-plus exhibitors, volunteers, and Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Board will be lost. Please do your part so we have a successful fair. Please wear your mask. Again, those are available on the east side of the grandstands and the west side. And lastly, we have our fundraising table. Tickets for sale for the 12-foot stock trailer you see over here to my left, to the right of the grandstands. They're on the tables there on the west side of the grandstands. 1 ticket, $20, and 6 tickets for $100 gives you a chance at an $8,000 valued trailer.
Let's give these three young ladies a round of applause. If you heard my biography, you heard that I've been teaching for 23 years. I'm not going to apologize for taking the length of time I did with this, because we have three young ladies in here that come into this ring, and even though it's showmanship, we had a situation occur. I told all of them at one time or another, I had each one of them placed first. We stood right over here and we talked about some differences we could change, and we started showmanship over. When we started over, the objective was to see which one listened the best and which one applied what we talked, discussed, and put it to use in this ring. I hope that the little tidbits I gave them become helpful as they continue down in their show career. I don't know where you're at in your show career, what age you are, but I hope whether you still have years to show or you go forth and help a family or whatever, some of that information I gave you will become useful. We started over, and I'm going to applaud y'all three because I think you did your best to try to take what knowledge I gave you in that short period of time and put it to use, to apply it for me so I could then make a decision. And I have you in no ranked order right here in the middle of the rings, so I'm still judging you as we talk. I think, though, that these three young ladies done an excellent job applying that, working those animals. We have some differences and all, and then, of course, if you've watched showmanship before, it does become a dance, so to speak, with their partner being their animal they have in the ring today. These animals, for them, these three partners they have been, contrary to say the best for them today, but they've held their compassion with them and they've held their attention with them and done well to keep it under control and not get frustrated and work through it. In my job, though, when we start talking to them, I think, and I'm going to work up. From start to finish, when we come in and apply it, we got some differences that I have to take in consideration, and of course, the hard part is I do have to rank them. In third place today is going to be the young lady here with her little red goat. For me, the difference becomes, number one, yes, give her a round of applause. Number one, when we come in, and it's no fault of yours, but we got a mismatch. You were a tall young lady, and we've got a short goat. It makes it more difficult to you, but I hope you did. You stood off like I asked you to really be able to see that animal, because the objective there is become make the attention go to the animal. You stood off like I asked, but it's a little detail that just makes it hard to overcome. The thing that you focus on that, we did not keep our animal set up as much as I'd like. That back legs, she wanted to keep them up under. I wanted you to reach over, bend over, reach over, and set them up. Keep that head jacked up as high as you can, because if you can get it looking as tall as it can, it makes it look more with your height. You can't help the way you walk. You apologized one time, and don't apologize for that. It's not your fault. I understand that. Anybody that's judged the ring knows it's not that. Unfortunately, it has to be factored in somewhat in the decision. But that's just one of those things today. I do applaud you for trying in a short period of time to get that animal set up and get it standing. I've seen improvements. I hope you continue to work on that as you move forward. Congratulations to you in the showmanship today. I think it gets a little tougher. We've got one individual who has an animal that definitely works with her better. The other one does not so much. We've talked with them and all, even seen. Second place, however, is going to be the young lady in front of me. You worked real hard to try to get his head up, and I can tell you from where you worked over here getting the head up, because he was straight down. I still cost you to get them fingers up under that jawline a little bit more, up under those ears. Let that chain go. I know you're used to it and all, but for him, if he wants to hold his head, part of that is him fighting that chain. If he's going to fight that chain, let it drop. Let it drop so he don't fight it, because I think part of what we've discussed him in class is him fighting his head down so much it's making him roach his back. And that becomes a distraction even in showmanship. So I want to see you really get out in front of him and get that head up. I do want to say this. I do think you are the most attentive as far as your moves around that animal. I think you are the most confident knowing when to make those moves around that animal. It's just you've got an animal, he's holding it down, and when he holds it down, you get so focused on that head, once again, we let our feet get out of place. It's hard to get him stretched out, to get him set square when he's holding that head down. No fault of yours. You've just got an animal that, let's just call it, if we was at home and that's what my kids were, we don't have a showmanship animal here. He's not designed for showmanship, and you're doing the best you can with him. Commending for you for working with an animal that's like that, because some of them are designed to go in classes, some of them are designed to go in showmanship. And if I had on my quick observation, just to simply say, he's not the best showmanship animal out there. So that makes it really difficult when you get one of them. But congratulations to you on working through it. Young lady here is going to be first. We talked about We've talked about some differences to her. One thing, a little pet peeve of mine that I have, and she changed at the end. Young lady does a great job walking this animal, does a great job getting it set and stay still. So much, it's almost like a pet because she sits there and rubs it. I told her that becomes distracting, but she did take my advice and not start rubbing his back when we come up here. You were able to line it up when we got back over here. You did your moves like I was wanting to see. You did the best job of setting him up square. Now, I'm going to admit, right now I'm bragging on you and your front legs aren't set. He did move it a little bit, but when we got him in line right over here, you had him set square. You did well. Not as confident about his moves as the young lady in second, but you made the moves. You got him set square enough at the time. You listened to what I said. You took what advice I gave over here and put him in action. Challenging senior class today, y'all. Challenging. At any given day, it could have changed. I commend y'all for taking the advice I give you, being open-minded enough to take it, put it in motion. Congratulations, y'all. Let's give them all another round of applause.
So our first place in the senior class, senior division showmanship, Allie Ellickson. Second place, Ashley Mallard. And third place, Reese Richardson. Okay, our next class of market goat showmanship, intermediate class. So we have Brooklyn Lemons, Grant Welch, Madison Lalonde, Mariana Caballero, Kensley Harvey, and Carly Grant.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Larger group here, we went through and we talked about some things with them, and I think we worked through them and sorted through them. I tell you, they're to be commended about the growth they've had. There's always in this project, there's more to do, more you can learn. We never stop learning. But I think they're at that stage, we've got some young people in the ring who've done a good job of learning this far, and I think have a bright future ahead of them. They're fun to work with out here in the ring. They make it enjoyable to go through the process of selection. In my mind, from start to finish, I think we've got two that float to the top as far as the most fault-free performance for me. The young lady here is going to be our champion intermediate today. She's just done a really good job of putting this animal together, getting him to walk, getting him to show far, getting him set up, head up, knowing where I'm at. Maybe not as aggressive off the front end as I'd like to see you show off that animal, but you still do a good job moving around the animal and letting me see it. Young lady here had some trouble with hers not wanting to walk. You fought through that. You worked through it. You explained that to me when we talked. Got him set up. You do a good job as far as getting him set up, getting him at attention. You're really attentive in the way you present your animal. I like that about you. If we could just get him to move a little bit better, I think we could sort some differences there. We did have some hiccups, and I talked with some exhibitors about going around the back of them, but I think that's one of those learning curves we talked about. Young lady's coming next, I think does an excellent job. One that I really thought would work her way up, we just got to be a little more attentive to our legs. I really wanted to see them set their feet and legs up on the back a little bit more square. We do that, I think you move up in the top two. Young man's coming next, does a really good job. Not quite as ease around, or the freedom of movement that we see around, not quite as, it just doesn't come as natural to you. Like to see you free up there, set them feet and legs up. Same thing too for them. I think we've got some feet and legs issue. We really need to keep them in line square, keep them set up good, keep them attentive, stand up with attention where I know. Those little tidbits we're going for, but I think all of these do a great job. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Okay, so our winner in the Market Goat Showmanship Intermediate class, Carly Grant. In second place was Madison Lalonde. Third place was Brooklyn Lemons. Fourth, Grant Welch. Fifth, Mariana Caballero. And sixth was Kinsley Harvey. So now we have our junior class, Market Goat Showmanship. So we have Judson Buki, Kate James, Michaela Hodges, Austin Floyd, Chase Floyd, Jalen Rogers, and Melanie Butts.
we get into our younger exhibitors here in showmanship. I think another good class, and let's give all of them a round of applause. Definitely as we get into this group, you can tell, and not to be critical of anyone, but we've got a difference in experiences coming into the ring, but that's part of why we do this every time. Every time they enter the ring, they gain a little more experience, hopefully a little more knowledge when they go back out, that they can apply that to their craft and get better each time. One of these situations that we would like to see the ideal thing come together and the perfect dance, I guess, so to speak. We didn't have that occur in this class, but I do think we had one individual that kept working and rising her way to the top. The animal does not want to cooperate for her. However, it is clear to me by the way she moves around the animal, the way she presents it, she knows what she wants to do. She has, in my opinion, the most knowledge as far as how to get that animal presented, and keeps working to do that. Ideally, I would like to see that animal sit still, do what you want it to, and then you just have to lean into it and show it. That wasn't the case today. But it is evident that you've done this before. It's evidence you know what you want to do. You paid attention to me. You kept working to get that animal set up. And today, I think you deserve to be our showmanship champion due to that. Congratulations, young lady. Young lady we have coming next, one of those that just, this is one of those situations I think the animal does just work for her. This animal seems to be a baby doll for you. She just stands there, sets up, and then you just got to stand for it. That allows for a very fault-free performance. However, there's some little things we'd like to see change, one being the hand on the back of the shoulder. I'd like to see you get it off of it. I'd like to see you stand off that animal a little bit more, just a little more intense as far as our showman, or the way we show it and present it. But a very good job by you, just one of those fault-free performances. There's not much you can really be critical for. It just didn't put all the bells and whistles to it today as far as having to work through it. The animal did work with you, and because of that combination, it allows you to move up in second place. Congratulations, young lady. Young lady coming next, one of those, as far as the way she handles this chain, I want to bring that out to her. The way you hold that chain, the way you present it, no, don't change, because I'm going to talk good about the way you do it now, so don't change on me. But as far as the way you hold that chain up, keeping that animal alert, one of the best jobs of the day. The fault is when I moved around you, I wanted to see you just stood there. I wanted to see you stand off of it, move around the head and neck a little faster, and really present that animal. You do a great job holding that chain up, and I love the style that you present there. I just want to see you a little more aggressive as far as moving around that front end, letting me see it as I move forward. We need to pay a little closer attention to those feet and legs as well on the back side, but you do a good job presenting that animal. One of the most attentive showmen that we have in the ring today. Congratulations to you. Young man coming next, or the two young men coming next, both very similar in their styles. I think some differences here. We just got to focus a little bit more on setting those feet and legs up, knowing where I'm at all time, just being a little more aggressive in the way we set it. I think the young man does the better job of knowing where I'm at, being able to get it stuck in place, watching me with eye contact a little bit better than the young man following. Both of y'all do a good job. We just got to be a little more attentive to our feet and legs, okay? Young lady coming next, same deal. Had an animal want to move on you, want to get out of line. We've got to be more attentive to keeping it in line, keeping it set up and square. Watch your hand on the back. That becomes a distraction. So keep that hand off the back. Stand off of it a little bit because you get a little close to your animal. So be careful of that, and I think that'll help you get better and move forward. Same thing for you, young man. We got to watch setting it in line straight. We got to know where I'm at, be a little more attentive to the front end and feet and legs, and then moving around that animal. Congratulations to all of them. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Okay, Market Goat Showmanship, junior class. First place, Jalen Rogers. Second place, Melanie Butts. Third place, Kate James. Fourth place, Austin Floyd. Fifth place, Chase Floyd. Sixth place, Michaela Hodges. And seventh place, Judson Butkey. And we are going to switch gears and to go to breeding goats. So this is the class 1 breeding goats. So Amber Rogers actually has the first two animals in the ring, and then Jalen Rogers, and then Nicholas Kuhn. So this is class 1 breeding goats.
We got our first class of breeding does. In my mind, you get one here that I'll tell you the truth. When she first walks in the ring, you admire her for the amount of mass she has, but maybe you start questioning her as far as some structural things. Would we like to change a little bit about her here and there? And yes, I would. From a structural standpoint, there's some issues. I'd like to add more bone to her to go along with that mass. Maybe level her up in that tail set just a little higher. She's not the cleanest through the front end. Because she's opened up, she's bold, just a little bit coarser through that front end. However, where I think she excels the class is when you lay your hands on her, you really get over the top of her. See how opened up in those shoulders she is. Feel the amount of mass and the turn of rib that she has. Handle that with the amount of width over that loin she combines. Then you get behind her and study her. She's really wide-based, opened up, has a lot of muscle shape to her. One of those that I think can go on and make you some good kids. Really broody, really massive in her overall total appearance. The one in second to me is the most complete in her overall design, and as far as the way she looks and the way she's put together. She's really eye-appealing. She's really up-headed. She's really feminine through that front end. One that I wish we had more days on feed. We really add some more bloom to her. One that I think is really long, really square, really structurally correct. I just don't see the amount of rib, the amount of mass that we find in the one to win the class. The one that we have here next, really eye-appealing. One of those kind of does that you look at it, you really kind of either going to start the class with her or she kind of finds her way in the third place hole. For me, when you look at the amount of mass that our winner has, she's got to find herself in the third place hole. Just not enough structure, yet not enough mass to find herself in first or second. The young man's coming next. One of those just greener overall type and kind. We just need more days on feed of this doe. We need to blow her out through the middle. When you look at her from a structural standpoint, she sits really square off all fours. She's really clean through that front end. We just got to have her more days on feed, blow her out, add more muscle, more freshness to her handle to move her up in class.
Okay, breeding goats, the results for Class 1. First place, Amber Rogers. Second place, Jalen Rogers. Third place is Amber Rogers, and I'll give credit to Rayleigh Steele for handling that goat for Amber. And fourth place is Nicholas Kuhn. Okay, we're going to go to Class 2 breeding goats. Jalen Rogers. Carly Grant. And we're waiting. Nicholas had to swap out goats here, so he'll be here in a second. Okay, I stand corrected. This is our class. 2 goats in this class.
I have 2 entries in this class. One, we're going to start the class with, though, in my opinion, is balances up the nicest. One that's really level in design. One that's really feminine through that front end, keeps that head up high. I love the way she ties in right at her neck, levels out to her back, sets up high enough in that tail set, in my opinion. She's really high in that chest floor and that sternum, carries that extension back to a deep flank. Just one that really balances nicely and profiles. When you get over the top of her, I still think she's got enough turn of rib, enough muscle shape to her. Just a very complete individual to win this class. We got a lot of mass in the young ladies know that we have in second. One that you like from, you just study from a rib shape back. You really appreciate about her. One, though, that I think for this much mass, we need to put a little more foot size, a little more bone to her. One, we need to clean up through that front end a bit more, make her a little more feminine there. If she wants to get deeper, more bolder in that point of shoulder, more coarse around that shoulder area there. One that I think, too, just doesn't have that natural pin set and width that we need in comparison to our class winner, but 2 really good does in this class.
Okay, our class 2 breeding goats. First place, Jalen Rogers. Second place, Carly Grant. So now we're going to go to our class 3 breeding goats. We have Tucker Thrift, Amber Rogers, and Nicholas Kuhn. This is class 3 market breeding goats.
Once again, the young lady brings out the doe that I feel like is the most complete in her overall design and still combines that structural integrity with the amount of mass that she has. She's opened up in the front end, yet still very feminine through there, high in that chest floor. Not the larger skeletal outline. She's more moderate in her design, but she still has a lot of power. She's level in her overall design. She's put together very nice. Once again, for that power, we might could add a little more bone to her, but very complete in her overall makeup. Young man in second wins the award for the largest skeleton. This is a very large frame doe, one that's very long, one that's very high, really high-headed, one that's very alert and attentive. I think, though, we start serving some issues when we look at the amount of mass she has. She gets a little higher in her chine, a little deeper in her sternum. Still has some turn to her chest. I don't think is bold right there in that forerib as we see in our class winner today. My biggest issue is we get a little steep off that hip. She wants to run downhill when you look at her from that hip back to the tail set. Excuse me, if we could raise her up there and level her up in her overall design, I think we move her up a little higher in class. Young man's coming next. One that from a structural standpoint and the way she's ties together, she closely resembles the type and kind of our class winner. When you just watch them walk out here together, you think you have to keep this pair together, but then when you leave it, when you go to handle them, it becomes an issue for me. We lay our hands on her. She's just the nearest top. Doesn't have that expression of muscle down it, doesn't have that loin edge that we see, and just doesn't have that growth factor, I think, that we find in the second place. So we combine that with the muscle shape we have, I think she just logically has to fall in third, but a really good goat that we have here. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, market breeding goats, class 3. First place, Amber Rogers. Second place, Tucker Thrift. Third place, Nicholas Kuhn. So class 4, market breeding goats. Eliana Collins and Jalen Rogers in the ring.
One of the classes, when you get two different types of breeds in here, makes it a little more challenging because then you not only are you comparing side by side, but you're having to kind of cross-reference with breed character and going down and checking the boxes and see what they do. I think in my mind, though, the young lady here, as far as one that puts the or checks the most boxes for me as for what I'm looking for in a breeding doe, and her breed especially is the young lady right here in front of me. She really brings in an elegant doe here, one that's really high-fronted, one that's very feminine in her overall makeup, yet still broody enough and massive enough to catch your attention, and you have to appreciate that. Young ladies, little pygmy that she's got here, one that you appreciated as well, one that's got some barrel to it, one that's got some capacity to it, one that I appreciate from its breed standpoint, from its breed character and standpoint. One, however, when we look at structure, I think she gets a little steeper in her hip, a little more down in her chest floor, not quite as feminine around the front end as we'd like to see to move her up higher in class. Good job, man.
Okay, our Class 4 winner is Jalen Rogers. Second was Eliana Collins. So now we're going to go to selecting our Grand and Reserve champions for market breeding goats. Okay, so we have Amber Rogers and another Amber Rogers goat being handled by Rayleigh Steele, Tucker Thrift, and Jalen Rogers.
Bring back our class winners, and we talked to each individual one in classes, but we'll just give a quick recap. Class 1 come out and was very powerful in its overall build. We mentioned that it maybe not the most feminine around the front end, a little coarser, but when you figured that with the amount of rib shape, the amount of power you had, I think it logically found its way to the top. Maybe when you stand them out here, it can't compared to some of the others, maybe not as quite as square as we'd like to see, definitely not the longest sided one in the class, but one that you got to admire. If you talk mass and you like mass, she's definitely massive. She's definitely pulled apart, opened up in that front end, got a lot of power to her, definitely has that going far. One that come out of class second. As far as I think there's two out here that really strike you as far as being eye-appealing. This is one of them. She's really elegant through that front end, really long neck, really clean through that chest floor. She levels out, still has plenty of rib shape to her, still has plenty of muscle shape down her top when you handle her, really widen that loin. Just a very complete female we had come out of Class 2. Class 3, one of the bigger frame, massive built ones we had. She's really rugged in her overall design. You appreciate her foot size, her bone mass. One that, once again, through that front end, maybe not the most feminine. I think she's has enough structure to her, has enough femininity to her, but not the most feminine and not the most eye-appealing female out here, but definitely massive, definitely plenty of rib to her. Probably the boldest sprung individual we have in the middle of the ring. Young ladies, we talked about how fancy this one was coming out of the class. She's really long-sided. She's really level. You love her front 1/3. She's really clean there, really elevated. Just has that look like you want to see when you look at pictures, how she keeps her head up. Just has that look to her about her. One that if we could change her, maybe add a little bone mass to it, but I think really, really feminine and really opened up, really complete to be put together. So at this time, I'm going to take one last look and then I'll name you champion. We will evaluate reserve of what we have left standing. In my opinion, I think it got close between two that we was considered for grand and reserve. Since we didn't bring a second place in from that class, we're going to follow up with the one that I would think was the most close. It's going to be the young lady right out of Class 4. She's going to be our reserve champion.
Okay, our breeding goat grand champion, Amber Rogers. Reserve grand champion, Jalen Rogers. Okay, breeding goat showmanship. Senior class, we have one entry, Amber Rogers.
we have a single entry in this showmanship. We're not going to sit here and put her through the mill with a single entry. We've all watched her show in class. It's quite obvious that the young lady's been showing for a few years. Definitely has honed her craft. She does a really good job. The animal's not wanting to stand still for her right now. But once again, she knows what she wants to do. She knows how to set them up square. She knows where I'm at all times. Very good job throughout the show for her and her presentation of all her animals. Let's give her a round of applause.
Our winner of senior class breeding goat showmanship is Amber Rogers. Next, we're going to go to intermediate breeding goat showmanship. We have Tucker Thrift. This is a single entry for this class.
As you just heard announced, we have another single entry in showmanship here. Another one of those situations we've watched a young man show in class. It's clear when he presents in the ring. I love him on the walk, really upstanding, really presents that head up high. I love to see you on the move. You get that animal set up square. Maybe can be a little more attentive to that front feet and legs, but really do a good job. When you got it up with that chain up, really like how you present that animal. Good job to this young man. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, first place, intermediate class, breeding goat showmanship, Tucker Thrift. And our final class, breeding goat showmanship, is our junior class. We have Nicholas Coons, Jalen Rogers, and Eliana Collins. Take this opportunity to thank Mr. Dennis Kendrick, our judge, for coming to be with us today and helping us out. And I believe I see Emma Rollin, who is one of our youth ambassadors, been helping us out today.
Before I finish this, I think it's my last time on the mic today. I just want to thank you all for the invitation to be here today. I think your animals have been great. Your kids that you presented have been even better. You have a wonderful facility here. You should be proud. I think you have a wonderful program going on here you should be proud of. At the end of the day, though, I challenge each one of you. Remember, I know the awards are nice and all that, and we come and we have a good time competing for them, but it's a project that's all about the kids. Each one of them have been a winner today, whether they brought home the blue ribbon or not, because I promise you each one of them have went home with an experience that they'll look back on and they've learned from, they've grown from. And you as parents, grandparents, advisors, teachers, all of y'all that had a part of it are to be commended for your efforts. Keep up the good work, because y'all building a good program here, and I promise you in the long run you're building leaders that'll go forth and lead our country long after we're gone. With that being said, we're going to talk a showmanship class. In my mind, I think we have three excellent individuals out here in the ring. Each one do some different things. Young lady's come in here, has an animal that really works with her, really good about the way she handles that chain, keeps that head up, keeps this animal alert, keeps it set up square. I did challenge her. She wants to set it a little wide sometimes. She went as soon as I said that, though, she went to work and went to fixing it. I like to see that when you're giving corrective criticism, to see those exhibitors use that knowledge and put it to work for you. I appreciate you doing that, young lady. You do a good job. Congratulations to you today. Young man here in second, I think another one that's really moving forward in my mind, and I think in a few years, y'all can watch out, because this young man's got a lot of potential. I think you're going to see a lot of blue ribbons coming out here in the future if he continues through the project. We gave you some tips. Just caution him how he leans or sets them front legs. He was reaching in front of that animal, setting those front legs up. He's having the same situation I am. The glasses are getting fogged up with these masks. But my fear with that is when he goes in front of that animal with the horns that we have on these goats, if she lunges forward, she may hit him in the head. And so from a safety issue, from the way it looks in showmanship, I challenge him to reach over that animal, set that animal up square that way rather than reaching around. Little fine details like that can move you up in showmanship. I think he'll take that lesson and move forward. He still does a good job presenting that animal. Congratulations to you, young man. Young lady we have coming next, one that I could tell by just speaking with her, she really loves her project here. She loves her animal that she's got out with her. I get a sense that they're really good friends. And she come out here, she did tell me that she's not used to these larger ones, so she's not wanting to be cooperative today. And I understand that she's a little shy, a little scared. But the young lady's doing a really good job. She's coming in the ring trying to present that animal best. We just got to get it, animal a little scared, not wanting to work for her. We got to get it to stay still, get it set up a little bit more to move you up in class. But good job to you, young lady. Let's give them all one round of applause.
Okay, our final class of the day, Junior Breeding Goat Showmanship. First place, Jalen Rogers. Second place, Nicholas Kuhn. And third place, Eliana Collins. So that wraps up all our goat show. We thank the exhibitors, the parents, the club leaders. Okay, so I've been informed we aren't quite done. So we'll see what we have here.
All right, we want to thank our sponsors, our platinum sponsors, B&M Equipment Rental, Clay Electric, Parks Ford, Texas Trailers. Be sure to get your 12-foot trailer stock ticket. We're giving selling that for $20 and 6 for $100. Right up here on the west concourse, you have a table there with the gift baskets. We also have gift basket raffles, cut and wrap hog, $1 for those tickets, 6 for $5. Our tickets for the 12-foot trailer is 1 for $20 and 6 for $100. Also, Ag Pro is here. They're going to be raffling off a bike and a $100 gift card, so stop by their table up on the West Concourse. Watson C&D, another platinum sponsor we want to give a big shout out to. Our diamond sponsors, Alachua County Farm Bureau, Farm Credit, Ray's Metalworks, and Cowboys DW Pest Control.
Okay, what I believe our final class is now is homegrown breeding goats. And Jalen Rogers has a double handful out there. Hopefully going to get some help here quickly. This is homegrown breeding goats. And Jalen's being assisted by Abigail Kendrick.
having to bring them back in and pick a reserve. Homegrown young lady here's got 2 entries in here, so we're trying to let her show both of them, and it was just sorting them out, and took a little time to let her walk both of them. I think in my mind, when you put them in there's one that's definitely a little more eye-appealing, but when we put them in motion, it becomes a difference in them. I think the red goat is the one that's a little more eye-appealing to me, and she really catches my attention. I like the way she's put together for the front. However, if you've seen, we had them switch back out. I wanted the young lady to walk her and let me see. I think we have a problem with the way she moves around the ring with her back left. I did not notice it as much in class as I'm noticing it come now, but she's really moving around the ring hard off our back left leg, not wanting to be as mobile as we'd like to see. I think it's very close in the way they're put together, but because of that, I think this one right here, this young lady here, as far as being complete, the way she's put together, the way she moves, she's going to be our reserve champion.
So our homegrown champion is Jalen Rogers, and that's her second goat, too.
All right. And I want to continue to thank our sponsors, the gold sponsors, Alachua County Cattlemen's Association, Alachua County Solid Waste and Red roof building has a bathroom access at the middle doors. And there on the west side, there is a brand new building with bathroom facilities there. Please try to keep it as clean as possible. We do have cleaning persons coming around 3 times a day, to make sure they're clean and supplied. And again, code enforcement will be on site during the fair to enforce the mask wearing ordinance. Please wear your mask and maintain social distancing. We have masks available on the tables at either end of the grandstands and hand sanitizer stations as well.
The Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show. In the ring for Class 1, we have Anthony Davila, Major Hall, and Hawthorne High School's Colin Castles. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Our judge today is Mr. Derek Sharp. He grew up outside of Ocala, Florida, on a small family farm that raised and showed all types of livestock. In high school, he became very involved in the State Cattlemen's Association, along with being a member of a competitive 4-H and FFA livestock judging team. After graduating high school, he moved to Warner, Oklahoma, to attend Connors State College on a livestock judging scholarship and had the opportunity to compete across the country. After graduating from Connors with an associate's degree, he transferred to Texas Tech as a member of the livestock judging team and meat animal evaluation team that was named champion team at the National Meat Animal Evaluation Contest. He graduated with a Bachelor's of Science in Animal Science with an emphasis in livestock production, and upon graduation accepted a job with Sooner Cattle Company, a stalker cattle and commercial cow-calf operation located in Pawhuska, Oklahoma. Thank you, Mr. Sharp, for being here.
Well, first off, I wanted to go ahead and thank everybody for allowing me out here and giving me the opportunity to sort through these cattle today. If this first class is a representation of the rest of the show, I think we should have certainly a high quality and a good set of steers to sort through today. This first class of lightweight steers, we're going to go ahead and start with the young man here with the mop-faced steer. You evaluate this one from the side, he gives you a balanced, attractive kind of look. Certainly fresh in terms of his condition, although I wish he had a shot more over his rib and down to his lower flank. But no doubt a high quality, extremely stout out of his hip and stout in terms of his bone work. He wish he had a little shot more rib shape down through the lower portion of his forerib, but no doubt a high quality steer to go ahead and start the class. Young man here in second with the red steer. He's got a nice, practical, attractive, balanced kind of steer from the side. Go ahead and handle this one. He's one that's adequate in terms of his condition. I think he's got a shot more than the steer ahead of him. And actually, when you get your hands on him, he's certainly comparable, or maybe has a shot more bigger in terms of his ribeye shape. But one that you get to the side, you wish he had a shot more boldness to the lower part of his rib, and just not quite. Is a shot more plain from the side, but it's certainly a practical quality steer here in second. And then your young man here with the baldy steer in third. He's actually has the most in terms of his condition. He's the softest, most mellowest handling steer over his rib. I think of the steers ahead of him, he may have the best shot to grade in the upper choice category, but compared back to the two ahead of him, I wish he was a bit more powerful when you step in behind him. Wish he had a bit more rib shape, but certainly a steer you should be proud of. Congratulations.
From Class 1 in third place was Hawthorne High School Colin Castles. In second place, Major Hall, and in first place was Anthony Davila. In the ring now for class number 2, we have Nicole Grau, Jinsey Todd, and Travis Roberson. The bathrooms over on the east side of the stands for the men's is out of order, so please use the bathrooms on the west end of the grandstands. Thank you.
Another good trio of steers here. We're going to go ahead and use your young lady's white-faced steer to start off the class. I think when you get to the side of this steer and start evaluating him, and especially at this look right here, he's one that best combines a look of balance with some structural correctness, flexibility, yet still has plenty of power and muscularity with certainly an adequate level of finish. Step behind this steer, he's wanting to push on the outside of his hoof and wants to push his hock ever so slightly, but certainly can't blame the guy when he's packing that much power from behind. But young lady there's gonna start off your class. Young man here in second with the Brangus steer. I actually really like this steer in terms of one that's a practical, flexible kind of steer. He's got plenty of muscle for my taste, and he's probably packing the most condition. He's the melest and softest handling steer. I think he's got a real great shot to grade. In my opinion, though, you get him on the move, he kind of falls out of balance, wants to not quite as strong down the top of his back. Wish he was a shot leveler out of his hip, but certainly a good quality, good carcass steer here in second. Young lady's here, steer in third. She does a heck of a job getting him shown, and one that I really appreciate for his freshness. He's no doubt the high cutability steer of the class. He's a step behind him. He's extremely powerful, extremely stout. Wish he was a shot more extended in terms of his muscle pattern. Wish it laid on a little bit smoother. And a steer like that, it takes quite a bit more feed to put that added condition on him. But I think young lady's done a good job of feeding this steer. Wish he had a shot more rib shape and a little bit smoother in terms of his muscle pattern. But a good steer here to round out the class.
From class number 2, that was Jinsey Todd in third place, Travis Roberson in second place, and Nicole Grau in first place. In the ring for class number 3, we have Jacob Cernsey, Lindsay Stevens, Centuria Williams, and the Hawthorne Middle School, Sarah Morgan. The Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show Board would like to thank our sponsors' support of the 40th Annual Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show. This year's bronze partners are Sanders Grading, Kiwanis, Daisy Creations, Mescali Farms, TCB Services, Utter Club, Jack Gaskin DVM, and JR and Crystal Richburg. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause.
Well, these cattle here, they're some kind of heavier weight cattle. It looks like they've had some more time on feed, and I'd certainly like to commend that. These 4 steers here are the practical, easy feeding kind of cattle that a guy certainly wouldn't mind to have a pen full of them there in a feed yard. But and that's kind of where the sorting becomes difficult. Certain guys could place this class differently, but I kind of take it from a simple and practical kind of standpoint, and that's kind of how I went about lining these cattle up. And that's why your young man here is going to lead off the class. He's get over top of him. He's the biggest rib, stoutest made steer in the class, extremely muscular and powerful out of his hindquarter. You go up to handle him. He's got one that's he's one that's certainly adequate in terms of his finish. I don't think he'll have a hard time grading. For me, he kind of puts it together in the most complete package of the class. Young lady here in second, she has the heaviest finish steer, and I certainly like to see that. Certainly like to see those kind of cattle. One that looks like he stayed on feed and stayed aggressive there at the bunk for you. I think of the 4 cattle in here, he probably has the best chance to grade in that upper choice or even low prime category, but based on his genetics and the type of cattle we're looking at. But one that you kind of step in and maybe not quite as fresh in terms of his condition, but no doubt has plenty of finish for me. Congratulations. Young lady steer here in third, one that's an extremely long-bodied kind of steer, one that's flexible, one that goes out with some comfort knees, like how long and level he is out of his hip. Step in front of this steer, he's one that doesn't quite have the extra rib shape, and full rib shape is the 2 ahead of him, but another practical, good-looking kind of steer here in third. Young lady steer here in fourth. Again, like I said, certainly good kind of cattle. But relative to her competition, the ones ahead of her, she's not quite as bold in terms of her rib shape, not quite as excessive in terms of her muscularity, and unfortunately that's why she has to go fourth. But certainly a good project, and the young lady's done a good job with him.
From class number 3 in 4th place, we had Lindsay Stevens. 3rd place, Hawthorne Middle School, Sarah Morgan. 2nd place, Santeria Williams. In class 3, 1st place was Jacob Surensey. In the ring for class 4, we have Whitney Davis, Bethany Keller, Carson Willis, Grace Mitchell, and Clay Rowland. We'd like to take a moment to recognize this year's silver sponsors of the fair. Those are Campus USA Credit Union, KL Partners Architecture and Interiors, ViStar Credit Union, Blackwell Electric, SGS Contracting Services, KPI Engineering, and Signs by GRE. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause.
Well, I certainly appreciate y'all's patience with me and the kettle on this class. Young lady here that's going to start off the class, as soon as this one come in the ring, it's kind of hard to miss here. Certainly an attractive, extremely high quality steer here that really puts together a balanced and nicely made shot from the side. And step behind her, and you're still really impressed. One that's extremely shapely out of the top side of her skeleton, works back to a square, stout-made hind end, and certainly puts it together on the ground as well. She's sound-made and flexible as she goes. A really nice steer here to lead out the class. Young lady here on the fence is actually going to be our second place steer. I certainly like to commend her hard work and sticking with the steer, even though he's given her a heck of a time. But I like the practical kind of steer you brought to me today, one that has some shape out of the backside of his rib, and one that's bold in terms of his lower rib shape, and still square-made and powerful from behind relative to the one ahead of him. Just doesn't quite have that extra look and eye appeal, but no doubt a nice steer there in second. Young lady steer here in third is, from the side, he's a flexible, smooth-made kind of steer that certainly has some muscularity and adequate in terms of his finish. One that's just not quite as bold in terms of his rib shape, a little bit plainer from the side, but certainly a good quality kind of steer here in third. Young lady's Charolais influenced steer here is I actually went back and forth with this pair here. They kind of have some give and takes. The yellow steer here has the most flesh and most condition, and that kind of makes you want to swap the pair. Maybe have some extra performance on the rail, but get him out and go. He's a bit more straight in his angles, doesn't quite have the flexibility and comfortable, not quite as comfortable on the lead, but still has plenty of power. He's an easy feeding, deep-bodied kind of steer that you certainly like to see. Young man's bald-faced steer here in fourth, one that actually gets out and goes with quite a bit more comfort and flexibility compared to the steer ahead of him. He reads more correct in terms of his angles and certainly is more comfortable on the go, but compared to the high power and heavier muscled steers ahead of him, he just doesn't quite have that extra stoutness and extra eye appeal, but a good quality steer here in fourth.
From Class 4, in 5th place was Clay Rollin. 4th place, Grace Mitchell. 3rd place, Bethany Keller. 2nd place, Whitney Davis. And 1st place was Carson Willis. In the ring now for Class 5, we have Madeline Worley and Abby Castles.
Interesting pair of steers here. Obviously, I haven't placed them yet. For the sake of the folks behind me, I'd sure like to talk about each of them and then place them for there. They're two completely opposite steers. Both have some advantages and disadvantages when compared to one another. I'll go ahead and talk the steers and then give you my placing after that. The black steer here is one that's he's the larger frame steer of the pair. He's one that's got a whole lot of extension up front, level, strong down his top line, and gives you a fresh, balanced look from the side. Of the pair, I think he's got more genuine muscle shape. Doesn't have the level of finish and condition of the yellow steer, but in my opinion, I think he still has enough. When the young lady takes him on the walk, he's got plenty of flexibility up front. He meets his stride. He's such a long-bodied steer, he actually needs a little bit more extra set to his hawk than I'd like to see, but you can't blame him for such a long-bodied steer, still trying to fill his track. A nice quality steer there. The yellow steer here, he's a moderate, kind of a cool looking steer here. He's for as much flesh and condition and size as he's got. I was really surprised on how flexible and comfortable he is on the go. He's correcting the angles up front. He has an attractive set to his hind leg and has plenty of flexibility when he gets on the go. Obviously, he's the smaller, more moderate frame kind of steer. Certainly has quite a bit more condition on him, and that may play to his advantage. On the rail, he could potentially be the higher grading steer, all depending on the kind of cattle and genetics that we're looking at. But certainly commend him on his level of finish and condition. For my taste, I kind of wonder if you strip that condition off, how much genuine muscle he has. Of course, he handles with some shape out of the backside of his shoulder. But step behind him, you start to evaluate how much true muscle does he have. But that may have helped him get that edge in terms of condition. So kind of some different talking points of the pair of steers here. 30 days ago, the pair may be swapped, but today I'm actually going to go with the black steer to start the class. I like his extra frame, like his extension, like his freshness. Certainly won't be ashamed to if you swap the pair. The yellow steer, like I said, he's probably more on point in terms of his condition. And one that has the edge in terms of the flexibility of his hip and hind leg, but doesn't quite have the level of power and muscularity from behind, but still a good quality steer here in second.
From class number 5, in second place is Abby Castles. In first place was Madeline Worley. Coming in the ring for class 6, we have Henry Matthias, Kyle Thrift, and Iris Van Alstyne. We'd also like to thank our sponsors. This year's gold sponsors are Alachua County Cattlemen's Association, Alachua County Solid Waste and Resource Recovery Department, Gatorland Kubota, One Blood, Imler Family Farms, and Gator Solutions. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause.
Here's another interesting class here in front of us. I think another one that kind of has some sort to it, and you know, depending on the judge and depending on the day, you could kind of play around with the placing of these cattle. But in my opinion, and today we're going to go with this young man's Brahman influence steer to start the class. You know, he's kind of the underdog here in the class 2 black-hided cattle, but that doesn't bother me at all. When you study this one from the side, he's really level-made, balanced, and one that gets on the go. He's plenty flexible. He's right in his angles. He's one that steps down and with some confidence and flexibility at the ground. Step behind him, he's still got plenty of shape and power out of the backside of his rib, and you know, extremely stout-hipped kind of steer. You know, compared to some of the ones below him, I maybe like to see him with a shot more shape to his full rib, and maybe a shot more bone underneath him. But no doubt, sure enough, nice Brahman influence steer here to start the class. Young man steer here in second, you know, another one that's kind of giving him a hard time, and I appreciate you sticking to it and still getting him shown. You know, it kind of took us a while to get a good look at this steer, but you know, we made sure we got one before we lined the class up. And he's a steer that from the side, he's leveled down his top line. He's got plenty of shape and power. Compared to the steer below him, I think he's got a little bit more flexibility and comfort on the go. Study him up front. He blends a shot more smoother from his rib back into his forerib. Kind of an easy-looking, practical kind of steer in third. Taking nothing away from the young lady steer here in third, he's one that initially caught my eye. He's a big hip, powerful kind of steer. Got a lot of shape from his shoulder back. But from the side, I'd like to fix some things on him. He doesn't blend quite as smooth into his shoulder. I'd like to smooth him up front. Kind of wants to break there in the top of his back, and he's a shot more drawn up in his flank, but no doubt a good steer to round out the class.
For Class 6, in third place, that was Iris Van Alstyne. In second place was Henry Matthias. And in first place was Kyle Thrift. In the ring now, we have Santa Fe High School, Danny Wilms, Ashlyn Long, and Amber Rogers. We'd like to recognize this year's diamond sponsors of the fair. Those are Alachua County Farm Bureau, Farm Credit, Ray's Metalworks, Cowboys Barbecue, and DW Pest Control. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause.
I'm going to use a young lady's steer here to start out the class. One that really puts together in terms of freshness, some plenty of power, muscularity, and still gets around adequately for a heavyweight kind of steer. He's got the rib shape, he's got the bone, he's got the topside shape, and really puts it together in a nice, balanced, attractive kind of package. A nice calf to win the class. Young lady steer here in second. I actually really like this steer. He's a cool, attractive, kind of well-made steer. Got some extension up front, really fresh in terms of his condition. Compared to the steer ahead of him, he actually gets around with quite a bit more flexibility, especially out of his hind twos. Got more flex and has a more attractive set to his hind leg, in my opinion. Certainly want to commend his how stout he is in terms of his bone work. Get on top of this one. Steer that's not quite as muscular out of the backside of his shoulder, kind of blends down and shot more flat into his forerib. Wish you could give him a bit more shape, but a good calf there in second. Young man steer here in third. He's a round sound and low to the ground steer, but he's a cool one. Easy feeding kind of calf. Of the two ahead of him, he may no doubt hold the advantage. When he gets to the rail, he's got the most condition, still fresh, and kind of puts it together in an easy feeding package. One that you like to fix in terms of some balance points of him. You like to level him out, a shot over his top line, out of his hip, and kind of he level him out in terms of his hip, and kind of elevate him up front. But no doubt a good project here in fourth, and he may no doubt taste the best when he makes it to your dinner plate. So good steer there in third.
From Class 7, in third place was Santa Fe, Danny Wilms. Second place, Ashlyn Long. In first place, Amber Rogers. In the ring for Class 8, we have Aiden Lepianka, Savannah Johnson, and Briley Kuhn.
Well, here's another interesting class, and one that I think a guy could go any way on, depending on where his priorities and preferences lie. But for me today, I'm going to go with this young lady's white-faced steer here to start the class. No, he's not the soundest made, most flexible steer in the class, but he is the stoutest, heaviest muscled, boldest in his rib shape, and certainly has plenty of finish to do well on the rail. So for me, he puts it together in the most complete package. I'm going to use him to go ahead and start the class. Talking about soundness, this young lady's Brangus kind of steer here is actually the soundest and most flexible steer in the class. I really commend this steer for when he gets on the go. He meets his stride. He's got attractive angle, reads attractive and correct in terms of his angles, has a nice set to his hip and hind leg, meets his stride, still has plenty stout in terms of his bone work, but relative to the other two steers in the class, he's not quite as bold in terms of his rib shape. Step behind him, I like how powerful and big he is in his pin set. I wish that was the same case when you get over top of him, but no doubt a good steer there in second. Young man steer here in third. I won't argue with you if you swap the pair. Obviously, he's the kind of the bolder made, maybe the easier feeding kind of looking steer. One that's deeper bodied, leveler down his top line. But when you watch him hit the rail and kind of go, he's a shot more stoved up out of his hind quarter. Wish he had shot more flexibility and stouter in his bone work. But certainly wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to move this one up in the class, but a good one to round out the class.
From Class 8, in third place was Aiden Lepianka. Second place, Briley Kuhn. In first place, Savannah Johnson. In the ring now for Class 9, we have Caitlin Collins and Tyler Roberson. We need our class winners lining up in the back. Those are Anthony Davila, Nicole Grau, Jacob Cernsey, Carson Willis, Madeline Worley, Kyle Thrift, Amber Rogers, and Savannah Johnson.
These are our heavyweight steers, and I think it's another class you could honestly flip a coin and go either way. They've got some similarities and differences. Again, I'll talk the cattle and show you how I like them from there. Right here on the stop, the black steer is one that's level down his top, the leveler and longer out of his hip, and one that's has a practical kind of deep-bodied, balanced kind of look. Where I have some trouble with him is when he gets on the go, he kind of falls out of balance, doesn't stay quite as level out of his hip, and maybe not as flexible in terms of his hock, but still a good kind of steer. Actually, when you get your hands on this steer, he has a huge ribeye to him, and really expressive down the top side of his skeleton. I wish he had a shot more condition, shot more finish to go along with that, but no doubt a good kind of heavyweight steer. The red steer here, he's one that kind of has a similar issue, not except excuse me. The red steer here, not quite as level out of his hip, kind of wants to stay round and out of his hip and down to his pin set, but study this one. He still balances up well for what he is, and he's bold in terms of his rib shape. Actually has a fresher and more adequate amount of condition when you get your hands on him. One that's a deeper bodied and stouter bone kind of steer. Like I said, you could flip a coin. For me today, I'm actually going to go with the red steer to win the class. Kind of the stout, has more stoutness and expressively muscled down through the lower part of his stifle, and stouter and heavier in terms of his bone work. The black steer here in second, I kind of talked him over, but like I said, get him on the go. He kind of falls out of balance, and wish he had a shot more finish on him, and not quite as stout in terms of his bone work, but still a good kind of steer.
From Class 9, in second place was Tyler Roberson. In first place was Caitlin Collins. Coming back in the ring, we have Anthony Davila, Nicole Grau, Jacob Surensey, Carson Willis, Madeline Worley, Kyle Thrift, Amber Rogers, Savannah Johnson, and Katie Collins. As a reminder, if you got second place in your class, we need you on deck. We'd like to recognize this year's platinum sponsors of the fair. Those are B&M Equipment Rental, Clay Electric, Parks Ford, Texas Trailers, and Watson C&D. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause.
Well, it's certainly been a fun day evaluating these cattle, and you know, like I said to start, I sure appreciate y'all having me out here to sort through these cattle. It's no doubt a humbling and exciting experience when you get asked to judge a show, especially when you get to kind of come home to kind of your home state and you know, see what these kids and what these livestock are doing around here. I certainly want to congratulate all the showmen and all the cattle that were brought here today. You know, being out of school and whatnot with everything going on, I can sure tell that all these kids have done a great job working their animals, you know, as much as they can. I want to commend the quality of the livestock and the quality of the exhibitors. And let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause for all they've done today. Like I said, I talked all these cattle in their class, so I won't spend too much time in here anymore. I'll make another circle and go ahead and select your grand champion. But like I said, I wanted to congratulate everyone, and you know, I can tell all the hard work y'all put in. It wasn't too long ago that I was on the other end of the microphone, you know, leading one end of the ring. So you know, certainly keep working hard, keep your heads up, and y'all are doing a good job. So stay at it. Like I said, I'll make one more circle and select your grand champion.
Your grand champion market steer was exhibited by Carson Willis. Congratulations, Carson. Coming back in the ring from Class 4, we have Whitney Davis.
I'm going to make one more circle and go ahead and select your grand champion. But before that, let's go ahead and give these exhibitors another round of applause.
Your reserve grand champion steer was exhibited by Madeline Worley. Congratulations. An announcement for beef exhibitors is that the showmanship lineups will be senior, followed by intermediate, then juniors. So seniors, you're showing first in showmanship.
$25 coin. Make your way over to the Bloodmobile in the back, across from the grandstand and the pole barn. Bus is empty now. Perfect time to get over there to get your donations. And Newberry in the lead for the FFA with 4. So Hawthorne in second with 1. They're the defending champions. So make your way over there. Make a plan to get that donation in. They'll be here till 6:30 on the 4-H side. It's Micanopy Friendship with 2 and Newberry with 1. So make sure you make your way over there. Also, be sure to stop by our concessions area. Newman's Concessions, Nomadic Chicken, Boston, Abundant Grace Kettle Corn, Crave, all available. And obviously, Tropical Snow is going to be open here as well. Here soon. So make your way over there. And Nomadic Chicken Truck, freshly cut chicken tenders, and also specially prepared Boston Bud pulled pork sandwiches. Make your way over there. Homemade mac and cheese. Also, AgPro is here on the West Concourse. They have a bike and $100 gift certificate. Work card raffle. Make sure you're over there to get entered in that. They'll have that drawing. And our fundraising table is open. Make your way over there. Daisy's Creations and Shelley Farms. Gift baskets, $1 a piece, or 6 for $5. Cut and wrap hog for $1 or 6 for $5. And the Texas Trailers 12-foot stock trailer. 1 ticket for $20 and 6 for $100. You need not be pressed to win. Winners will be picked on Tuesday, March 9th, and you will be contacted with your contact information on your entry. They're also available online at acyfls.com. Alachua County Youth Fair Livestock Show, abbreviated.com, ACYFLS. So be sure to get your tickets. We have somebody there at the table for your purchases. And all the proceeds go to Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show scholarships and the fair itself. The bathrooms in the east side and the west side have now been repaired on the Red Roof building. That bathroom is now available, so you can make your way over there. Again, the west waste bin on the west side, please, only for shavings. Please do not put any type of trash, and please take your trash and put it into the trash receptacles so that we have less cleanup for our volunteers. Poultry Skillathon at 3 p.m. At 5:15 p.m., the Celebrity Show. Then our Alachua County Ag and Equestrian Center ribbon cutting and the Swine Show. This is a perfect time for you to make it over to the concessions, get that blood donation in for your favorite FFA and 4-H club. Again, winners of that will receive a prize for each of the winning our member teams. And with your donation, you'll get a $10 gift card, a long sleeve t-shirt or tie-dye t-shirt. And if you ask for the double red donation, you'll get another $10 Fandango gift card for you to watch movies online, and a $25 gift card to Carrabba's Italian Grill. They'll be here till 6:30 tonight. Try to coincide with that Swine Show. So make your way over to the Bread Club Big Red Bus on the south end of the city, of the arena. facing Newberry Road. Get those donations. Anyone 16 of age or older may participate as long as they have a parent permission slip and must be 110 pounds and have a photo ID. Make sure you drink plenty of water and eat before you donating so the process will go well. Just 30 minutes can save 3 lives. With that double red, you can save up to 6 lives. And also, anyone who's tested positive for COVID can also donate and save those in the hospital with the COVID virus. So make sure you get over there and help our hospitals as we have our 5th annual Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show Blood Drive. Hawthorne Principal Daniel Ferguson, and Newberry Commissioner Mark Clark. So as they make their way in, unbeknownst to what awaits them here in our celebrity show, again, a big round of applause for these group of folks who've made this possible and have been here to support the Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show. And this project has been 20 years in the making to have the Alachua County Fairgrounds moved out here and moved from our Waldo address to now this Newberry address, the Alachua County Agriculture and Equestrian Center. A lot of work went into this to get it completed and ready for the Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show 2021 edition, the 40th anniversary of the Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show. As Dr. Cindy Sanders makes introductions there, she's going to be pairing up our contestants, our celebrities, and what should be a really fun event. And we have some volunteers from the exhibitors and some of the fair board members and other volunteers helping out with the goats, and they'll be bringing those in shortly. We're going to turn this over to Dr. Cindy Sanders.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is we divided our celebrities up into pairs. So we've got teams of 2, and they're each going to get a goat. They think they're going to show a goat, but tonight we're going to do something a little different with a twist. We're going to have a costume contest. So on this table is lots of costume stuff. You and your partner are going to decorate our goats. Not y'all, the goats. I could have did, no. So you all are going to dress the goats. So one of you probably would want to hold it while the other one does the dressing, okay? We're going to give you, when we get started here, about 10 minutes, okay? So on this table, I have all kinds of items. So you can have a theme, or you can mix and match, whatever you want to do, okay? So if you all will come in, give every pair one goat. Go ahead. Then we'll start. One of you hold the goat. Come on. You can give yours to Gina right there. And you can give yours to
And no
Gina.
pressure, celebrities. You're on YouTube, so this will be archived for eternity. So be sure to do your best in today's competition.
Move it out just a little bit so y'all got some room. You can go right down. Give them a goat. Hold off on your costume, Marlon. Okay. Now, one of you, they need a pair, they need a goat. You can just go stand right over there. So one of you are going to hold the goat while the other one comes and collects. Are y'all listening? No, just a minute. So one of you is going to hold the goat. Commissioner Cornell's got it figured out. The other one is going to come pick your supplies. Y'all got it? Okay. So y'all have got 10 minutes to come get your supplies and start decorating. So go. One of you come pick your costume. There's string there to tie things on. Okay, so we've got a rabbit with bride veil. We've got some camo going on. We've got an orange and blue sailor goat that's putting on a bee tutu. We got a pink tutu. Oh, a princess. We've got a gator with a unicorn. We've got another gator. Congresswoman's working on hers. We've got a butterfly with Mardi Gras beads going down here. Okay, y'all have about four minutes or so. Okay, y'all have got about 2 minutes, Commissioner Prizzi. I like him. All right, I think everybody's finishing up. So get back with your partner there and your pairs. And we're going to parade around and let's see what we got here. So we have 3 of our Youth Fair ambassadors out here, which represent all of our youth, 4-H and FFA. They're going to watch you parade around, and they're going to pick the top 3. Okay, top 3 costumes. So how about Commissioner Wheeler? Commissioner Wheeler and Prizzi, why don't y'all just start off? Y'all just follow them. We're going to march them around in an aisle to get a good look at the costumes. Go ahead, Congresswoman. Go ahead, follow. Michelle. Keep following. These are your judges out here in the arena, and they're looking at your costumes. Okay, let's give our celebrities a round of applause while our judges pick our top 3. Okay, when you get right back to your corner, you can stop her right there at the gate. We'll line back up head to tail, and we have the top 3 selected. Yeah, we'll line up head to tail. Okay, we'll get them lined up here head to tail, and then we're going to select our top 3.
Just say their name and the theme of their goat. All right, so we're going to ask you guys to give us your name and the theme of y'all's goat.
I'll let you start. My name's Mary Alford, and this is Kat Camerick, and the theme of our goat is Easter in America.
All right, so we just want y'all's name and the theme of y'all's goat.
Kent Cornell, Michelle Lieberman, and the theme of our goat is Gator Willie.
All right, so we want y'all's name and the theme of y'all's goat.
Dan Ferguson, and the theme of this goat is Green Unicorn.
Gib Cooper, Mayor City of Alachua. Yes, this is the winner right here.
Get both y'all's names and the theme of y'all's goat.
Jordan Marlowe and Brian Kramer. And the theme here is We Thought It Was a Girl.
Sounds good. So we're going to get y'all's names and the theme of y'all's goat. And what the theme of y'all's goat.
Mark Clark.
Gina Master de Casa.
She's in the Navy.
So my name is Gina Peebles.
This is Aisha Solomon.
And this is Uncle Si.
Oh, that makes it so much better. Uncle Si. All right, so we're going to get y'all's names and the theme of y'all's goat.
Mayor Matt Surrency.
Eric?
This is Four-Eared Goat. It's also on goatsonly.com.
Go ahead, Annie. Anna Prizia.
Mary Helen Wheeler.
We have Tinker Goat.
Okay, so I think our judges have selected our top 3. So at this time, we're going to present our winners. In third place, we have the Princess with the tutu. Second place, our camo goat. And in first place, our gator goat. Congratulations to our winners. I think they did a great job. Something different this year. And Gina Peoples still placed third. She has a record going. So thank you all for coming. If you could, undress your goats, and we'll collect the materials. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate it. And we're going to move right into the ribbon cutting ceremony. So those of you that are speaking and helping us with our ribbon cutting ceremony, meet Mark Sexton right here in the middle of the ring. We're going to
1, 2, testing, testing. Okay, so we're going to cut the ribbon on this amazing facility in just a second. And those of you in the crowd, we're going to say 1, 2, 3. It'll cut. And if we can all give a big cheer for this great facility. So in just a second, we're going to do that. Okay, folks, get ready. Okay, everyone ready with cameras? Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Woo!
Lee Pinkeson. Okay.
Lee makes the ribbon cutting.
You're the MC.
I'm sorry, where's the mic? Okay. So you want to step in front? Okay, folks, we're going to say a few words now. So I'm sorry. Budget level.
Your ribbon, sir. Oh, that's mine. All right. Okay.
One more in their budget.
All right. Are we ready?
Did you do the ribbon cutting again?
No. I watched it. It was good. All right. You want us to stand up here? All right.
I got one for Lee.
All right. Ready? Yeah. Go.
So hold on 1 second. Let us get the cameras around. Okay. Guys, right here. So back up a little bit and don't get right in front of me. Tell us when you're ready, Josh. Now.
Are you ready?
Okay, folks, we're going to have a few words now, and we're going to face this way. Face this way. Come back up, face this way.
Are we ready?
Ready?
Are you ready? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, if we could all... Can you hear me? Yeah.
Hold close to your mouth.
Okay. If everyone could take their seats, we're going to get started with the program.
You step up there, maybe you can take your mask off.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Lieberman. I'm your Alachua County Manager. And on behalf of Alachua County and the Board of County Commissioners, I want to welcome you to the Alachua County Agricultural and Equestrian Center. We are very proud to be able to cut the ribbon on this facility today. I'm going to go ahead and introduce you first on our program to Commissioner Ken Cornell, the Chair of the Alachua County Commission.
Thank you, Michelle. What a fun day, huh? Congratulations, Newberry and Alachua County. I am so pleased to welcome you on behalf of all of the county commissioners, Commissioner Prizia, Commissioner Chestnut, Commissioner Wheeler, and Commissioner Alfred. Welcome to the new Alachua County Fair and Equestrian Center. I've got a few prepared remarks that I need to share with each of you. After years and years of promises, the Youth Fair Board, the 4-Hers, our Master Gardeners, the Rural Concerns Committee, and our Extension staff, we are so pleased to finally be opening up the Alachua County Fair. I'm proud today that we're celebrating the good work of those that came before us, and I would be remiss if I didn't specifically identify some previous commissions and previous commissioners. No one worked harder to make it today a reality than Commissioner Lee Pinkeson. Where's Lee? There he is. Lee, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alachua County purchased this property in 2019. We've invested over $8 million in tourist development tax to renovate it. I want to thank the city of Newberry for recommending this purchase and for their $1 million commitment. You'll be hearing from the mayor next. And also I want to thank the state of Florida for providing $400,000 of Department of Agriculture grant towards this facility. I would also like to thank Ajax, our construction manager at risk, KL Partners, our architects, CHW and KPI, our engineers, and Ramon Gavarete, our project manager, for making your hard work a reality. Is Ramon here? Where's Ramon? Well, thank you, Ramon. Generations of future Alachua County citizens will learn to love agriculture, will learn to love scientifically tested agriculture, and will learn everything that's great about Alachua County right here. And we will have a second ribbon cutting in a few weeks for our new extension office and auditorium. That project is expected to be completed later this year. And now what I'd like to do is turn the stage over to Mayor Marlowe from the city of Newberry. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, Ken. Wow. This place looks amazing. And it feels like we were just here for the groundbreaking ceremony. So I want to start by saying thank you to all of the men and the women who worked overtime, who put in extra effort to make sure that we could have this open for this 40th anniversary fair. It may have taken the politicians 20 years to figure this out, but once we made the decision, you guys made it happen. And our kids have lost out on so much the past year that when I say thank you for putting in that extra effort to make sure that we could be here today, it is truly heartfelt, especially for those kids who are in their last year of showing. For them to get to come here, it means an awful lot. So thank you to everybody who was slinging hammers and working the bulldozers out here to make sure that we could get here, right here, and enjoy this today. And we are here today to celebrate. We're here today to celebrate all the partnerships that had to form to make today happen. Those partnerships over 20 years, there's a lot of different backgrounds, there's a lot of different perspectives, there's a lot of different ideas about where the fairground should have been and how we should go about doing it. But the one thing that all of those people shared in common was that they all wanted to leave a legacy behind for the kids. And so today represents us at our best. This facility represents us at our best because we put behind everything and we put the kids first, and that's what it's all about. So on behalf of the entire city of Newberry, I want to thank everybody that was involved here. I know that in Newberry, the manager and our team, they don't get a lot of credit. They always say in the background, I'm assuming it's probably the same at the county. So Mike New, where you're at, please tell your team how much we appreciate them. Michelle Lieberman, please tell your team how much we appreciate them. It truly is wonderful to be here. Thank you all. And I'm going to turn the microphone back over to...
And next we have Representative Kat Kamick, representing Florida's 3rd Congressional District.
Hey, y'all. I'm Representative Kat Kamick, and I proudly represent the Gator Nation. Go Gators. And I'm so proud to be here today at the grand opening of the Alachua County Agriculture and Equestrian Center. This team behind me has put in endless hours of work, and I cannot say enough about the cooperation, coordination, and time that was put in to make this a reality. But at the end of the day, this is all about the kids. So can we give a round of applause to all the kids who have showed here today? and it's a little bit chilly for us Floridians here today, so I'll keep it brief. But I just want to say, as a kid who once showed chickens in 4-H, yes, I showed chickens in 4-H, I have some of the best memories of times like these in buildings like these. And this is just so important for the future of our children, the future of our next generation, and honoring the heritage of our agricultural communities like Newberry. So I'm so proud, couldn't be happier to see this happening here today. Thank you all so much. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Watermelon Queen, my friend, Lauren Roberts.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Lauren Roberts, and I have the honor of serving as Newberry's 75th Watermelon Queen this year. And something that you might not know about me is that I grew up showing fat steers in the Swanee River Fair, so not that far away. Now, two firm beliefs that I have in life is that everyone should show some type of animal in the fair, and the second is that everyone should serve in the food industry, because then you would understand that it's not fun for an animal or a person to walk all over you, right? So last year I was actually able to serve as a Florida FFA state officer, and so with that experience working with FFA members and some of our friends in the green jacket, it was really a really eye-opening period in my life, and something that I quickly understood is that not everyone has a background in agriculture, but we in this arena tonight do, and how fortunate are we to have had that background. But that gives us two really important things that we must do, and that's educate others and educate them on how to vote in favor of agriculture, and also educate them on where their food comes from so that they can be informed consumers at our supermarkets. So with that, you FFA members and 4-H members, remember those two things, to educate those others on how to vote and on how to purchase their products in the supermarket. So thank you tonight. I'm really excited for all of you. Bless your endeavors. And with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Miss Gina Pebbles. So thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Gina Peebles, Assistant County Manager, Chief of Staff. Did you know that Walt Disney was actually fired from a job with the Kansas City Star because the editor said that he lacked imagination, and that Colonel Sanders had pitched his fried chicken idea to over 1,000 people before a restaurant outside of Utah finally said yes to him at the age of 62? Well, we all know the old saying, if at first you don't succeed, try again. And Alachua County has a similar story to tell with the relocation of our fairgrounds. As your program states, we had looked at several UF sites, we had looked at the Cabot Copper site, we even bought some property next to the Levita Brown transfer station. However, that wasn't a viable option. Then the city of Newberry stepped forward and said, why don't you buy Canterbury? And the Board of County Commissioners thought that was a great idea, and we did that. And we've invested $11 million in this property so that our youth fair has a place to show their animals. And we're so very proud of today and everybody's success. And I would be remiss if I don't thank Alan, Carly, and Lee. You were here from the very beginning, and so thank you so much for being good stewards of this property and excellent advisors to get us to where we are today. I would also really like to point out to Cindy and Amanda and all the youth fair participants that you guys are the envy of all of your peers in all 66 counties, so congratulations. So with that, I would like to turn it over to our Alachua County Poet Laureate, E. Stanley Richardson.
Good evening. I am E. Stanley Richardson, your Alachua County Poet Laureate. I want to thank you for inviting me to take part in this wonderful occasion. I served a few years on the Rural Concerns Board, and I know they've been working on this for quite a while. My roots run deep in Alachua County. My maternal family, my grandparents, migrated from the Carolinas back in the 1800s, and they settled in the northwest corner of Alachua County in the area of Bland. So where they farmed and worked the land and many of them to this day still raise cattle in Bland and farm the land. And I'm also a Santa Fe Raider. And if I remember right, we always dominated these competitions. Anyway, I got a poem. The poem is called The Hayrake by Kate Barnes, the first poet laureate of the state of Maine. And I want to dedicate this to all of you here and to the folks who farm out in the Bland community. The Hayrake. One evening, I stopped by the field to watch the hayrake, drawn toward me by two black, tall, ponderous horses who stepped like conquerors over the fallen oat stalks. Light shot dust at their heels, long shadows before them. At the ditch, the driver turned back in a wide arc, the off horse scrambling, the near horse pivoting neatly. The big side delivery rake came about with a shriek. Its tines were crashing, the iron-bound tongue groaned aloud. Then, hup diamond, hup duke, and they set off west, traced deep in dust, going straight into the low sun. The clangor grew faint. Distant and light consumed them. A fiery chariot rolled away in a cloud of God and faded slowly. Brightness dying into brightness. The groaning iron, the prophesying wheels, the mighty horses with their necks like storms all disappeared. Nothing was left but a track of dust that climbed like smoke up the evening wind. Thank you.
And next I'd like to bring up your UF IFAS Extension Director for Alachua County, Dr. Cindy Sanders.
Thank you. This year is very special because not only we're in a new place, we're celebrating 40 years as the Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show. I told them last night, and this dates me just a little bit, but I showed in that show 40 years ago. I was just a Cloverbud, but I showed over at the Gainesville Livestock Market, and we had 2 years at a fair there, and then we moved to our old fairgrounds. And for 40 years, it seems like we've been trying to find a new location. And my predecessor told me that you'll be retired and gone before you see a new facility. Well, I'm still here, and I'm not retired and don't plan on retiring anytime soon. So it's an honor to have a facility like this. Our UF IFAS Extension Office will be next door soon, and we share that partnership with the Alachua County Board of County Commissioners and UF IFAS Extension. I want to thank a few people. I want to thank our Alachua County Board of County Commissioners that helped us get here. I want to thank Lee Pinkeson, who was always by our side at every meeting we went to for several years. And I served on about 6 fairgrounds committee over my tenure in the past 20 years here with Extension. So it's been a long time coming. I want to especially thank Gina Peebles, who is my direct report, and has been awesome in this endeavor. It was a rough road, especially the past couple weeks, but we're here. If you'd asked me maybe 2 weeks ago, I was kind of worried, but we made it. And a lot of that goes to Gina and the support that she has. I also want to thank City of Newberry. City of Newberry actually purchased our land where our buildings and auditorium will go, and we certainly appreciate that partnership and look to many more years with you. So I just want to say thank you. It's all for the kids. We're developing life skills in these 4-H and FFA youth, whether they ever go into agriculture, and we know that only 1% of our population is involved in agriculture today. But these youth will become doctors, lawyers, teachers, and many other careers, and they're going to develop those life skills that they're gaining now in 4-H and FFA and use them for the rest of their life. So I appreciate all the support from all of you, our parents and our exhibitors, and we look forward to another 40 years here at the Ag and Equestrian Center. Thank you, and I'm going to call upon our past Youth Fair president, Mr. Guy Hale. I can tell you he was another one that was my partner in crime. We attended many, many meetings over the past many years, and without his efforts, we probably wouldn't be here today as well. So, Mr. Guy Hale.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a long time coming. We've been through a barn falling down, tents. We purchased the barn. Thank you. We purchased the barn, and the deal was, a lot of people don't know it, they had to move it out here. Whenever we moved, we didn't know where we were moving at the time. I'd like to thank county commissioners, Newberry, Michelle and Gina, and a special thanks to Lee Pinkerton. Come up here, Lee. Before we were moving, when we purchased the barn, and we had to jump through a lot of hoops, and there was 3 or 4 of us that was handling this, and Cindy was there, and usually I'm the one that's hot-headed. We was on a conference call one day and had to calm Cindy down. But if we ever had a problem, this was my go-to guy. This made it happen. We went from rags, and this is Taj Mahal. We have plenty of room to grow, and I hope it keeps on growing. I'd also like to thank our sheriff's department. They've always been out here and supported us through the years, kept deputies out here, but it's a great pleasure to be associated with all these people in the association, and it's all about the youth. That's what we do it for. Lee, you got something to say?
Isn't this great? Who's next? Everybody do well in the hog show tonight, and y'all have a great time and just enjoy this remarkable facility. Y'all earned it, and there's nobody who deserves it more than our kids. So enjoy, have a blast.
And we do have light refreshments in the corner over here, so please help yourself. Thank you so much, everybody.
and direct yourself towards our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And that was Abigail Hutchins singing the Star Spangled Banner. Great job, Abigail.
done with beef.
Tonight's judge for the pig show is Mr. David Young. He's a young farmer advisor. He's been an ag teacher for 23 years. He's from Thomasville, Georgia, a graduate of the University of Georgia, and he has judged all over the Southeast. Let's give Mr. David Young a big round of applause for joining us tonight. In the ring for Class 1, we have Allison DeFranco, Ezra Johnston, Shepard Simmons, Tyson Thomas, Davin Berryhill, Wyatt Worley, Graham Eubanks, Samantha Day, Emery Bryan, and Robert Mays. We'd like to recognize this year's bronze sponsors of the fair. Those sponsors are Sanders Grading, Kiwanis, Daisy Creations, and Mescali Farms, TCB Services, Utter Club, Jack Gaskin, DVM, and JR and Crystal Richburg. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause. A special thank you goes out to Sleepy G's B for providing the class winner awards for tonight's show. This is a mic test for people in the stands. Can you all hear me okay? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
got in these pens, and I was just standing there waiting for him to figure out what other ones he wanted to keep. And then all of a sudden, on my leg, I feel something warm move down. It's peeing on me.
Yeah.
I'm like, ugh.
You never know.
What force is it? I think it was Showmanship.
Ooh.
No, I don't think it was.
If it was Showmanship, that's bad.
Yeah. I don't think it was Showmanship. But I've had some misfortunes with Showmanship too.
Yeah.
Whichever one. It don't matter. There's really no order right now.
Yeah.
They had it off. Which one's the back one? Did you say which one was the back one? That's the master. Those are all up. That's right. Yeah, just these and then the master. That was it, I think.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
All right, we're going to get started with our class 1 here. I've pinned 5 over here that we're going to keep and bring back out here and place our top 5. We're going to excuse these other 5, but we got some. This is a really good lightweight class. Y'all hear me? This is a really good lightweight class we got out here. I'm really impressed with the quality out here from the get-go. We've got some good pigs out here that are still left in the ring that are going to be excused. Just don't quite have the overall balance and everything we're looking for. We got a couple calicos here that again, I'd like to see just a little more shape down their top and a little more rib shape through the middle and expression to them, but they're built really nice. They've got a good skeleton to them and move around the ring well. Young man's white bear right here is another one that has got some shape, got some rib shape. Overall dimension of this body, but it just doesn't quite have the overall, the definition of muscle down his top and in that ham. When you get behind him, he gets a little plain. Just needs a little more definition right there when you get back there. Young man's white bear here does a really good job showing this bear, but it just gets a little off balance. He gets a little high right there in his loin, gets a little more slope there at his tail head. I like to see him a little more level, and a little sounder off of those rear legs. young lady with the belted gilt right here is another one that, again, from a profile and the skeleton is a nice made gilt. She's just a little flatter right there through her middle, flatter in that rib shape, and doesn't have the overall muscle and dimension to run with those up ahead of her. But again, nice group to start off the show with. We're going to excuse these and then work these top 5 and bring them back out.
In class one, in 10th place was Allison DeFranco. 9th place, Emery Bryan. 8th place, Tyson Thomas. 7th place, Davin Berryhill. And 6th place, Ezra Johnston.
All right, again, I want to reiterate how really impressed I am with this Class 1. You know, if the rest of the show is as good as what Class 1 is, you know, we're in for a treat tonight with some really good hogs out here. I think I think we've got a good set out here for a lightweight class. You usually don't see pigs this good in a Class 1 or a lightweight class, like I said, and I think all 10 of them were quality pigs. But we're going to start this class with the young man's calico gilt right here. I think she just is the combination gilt of the bunch. Just a really powerful made gilt, powerfully constructed, big bone. When you evaluate her from the ground up, she's really wide right down the shoulder blades and down her top. When you get behind her again, she's really wide in that hip and tracks out wide enough and stays in her tracks enough to really hold it together, hold that skeleton together. The young lady's belted gilt here is going to be second. Another one that I really like. She's really three-dimensional. You know, got a lot of shape to her, got a lot of middle to her. if I was going to change this gilt a little bit, I'd just stretch her out just a little bit. She gets a little shorter in that hip. If we could lengthen that hip up a little bit and pick that tail head set up a little bit, I think she'd be really competitive. It'd make it even tougher to sort the top two in this class here. Young man's blue butt barrel here is going to come out next. One that really kind of, again, follows the pattern of our class winner. Really long and attractive fronted. He's got some muscle shape. He gets a little plainer to you right there through the middle portion of his body, center rib and everything, and doesn't quite have the bone of the two up ahead of him. But again, a nice one to really come in third in this class. Young man's solid white gilt here is going to come out next in fourth. Really attractive gilt. When you look at her, I think she needs to weigh probably about 20 pounds more. She'd be really tough and really competitive up in a heavier weight class, but she's really put together well. The way she's really fluid in the movement around the ring, and her skeleton's really smooth. I said she just gets a little flatter ribbed, a little more raw right over those ribs and right over the top of her loin. I think she needs a little more condition on her, and like I said, a little more weight to really be competitive in the show. But again, she's put together nice and her skeleton. The calico down here on the end is going to round out this top five. Another one that again got some rib shape, got some body to her. She just doesn't quite have the definition of muscle right. When you get behind her, gets a little flat, gets a little more narrow right down there at the base of her ham. I'd like to give her a little more power to move her up any higher. But let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
From Class 1 in 5th place was Wyatt Worley. 4th place, Robert Mays. 3rd place, Graham Eubanks. 2nd place, Samantha Day. And 1st place was Shepard Simmons. We'd like to recognize this year's silver sponsors of the fair. Those sponsors are Campus USA, Kale Partners Architecture and Interiors, ViStar, Blackwell Electric, SGS Contracting Services, KPI Engineering, and Signs by GRE. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause. In the ring for Class 2, we have Christopher Hines, Chloe Moore, Abigail Hutchins, Autumn Dowling, Ashlyn Samora, Ramsey Stanley, Dylan Brady, Tyler Moore, and Rayleigh Steele. Attention in the back of the barn. If you are a pig exhibitor, please make sure you are in your pig pen. Please be in your pig pen. Please do not be walking around in the aisles. Please remain in your pig pen until someone from the pig committee tells you otherwise. Thank you.
Got our top 5 pinned over there that we're going to bring back out, but we're going to talk these real quick. They're 6 through 9. Number 6 is going to be this young man right here with this black sock-footed bear. Kind of was in a push to get a pin over there. He just gets a little different out of his hip. He doesn't quite move as well out of his hip there. If he was more fluid out of his hip and kind of pick that tail head up a little bit, I think he'd be a more competitive bear out here in this class, but because he's got some shape, he's got some middle to him, he just needs to be a little sounder on those rear legs. Young man kind of saving with this bear here. Got plenty of middle, plenty of rib shape. He's got plenty of carcass merit to him. He just doesn't quite have the look that some of those over there in the pen do. He gets a little more down-headed, a little more straight in his shoulder, and a little high in his loin, and just gets a little up under himself when he moves out. But again, appreciate the amount of muscle and the type of carcass that he's got. Young lady with the wide belted one over here is going to come out in 8th. There's another one that, again, really attractive from the profile. Is really long, clean-fronted gilt. Just doesn't quite have the middle and the power to him. To her, she just needs more top shape and to move up any higher. Young lady here with the narrow belted bear is going to round out the class. Again, just really got a good skeleton and a good profile. Just doesn't have enough power to move up any higher. I'd like to see more shape of ham and especially down low on this bear to move them up into that top 5. Give them a chance to get up in there. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
In 9th place from Class 2, Autumn Dowling. 8th place, Chloe Moore. 7th place, Tyler Moore. And 6th place was Christopher Hines. Again, each class winner tonight will get a special award that was provided by Sleepy G's B. Let's give Sleepy G B's a big round of applause. We'd also like to recognize this year's gold sponsors of the Youth Fair. Those sponsors are Alachua County Cattlemen's Association, the Alachua County Solid Waste and Resource Recovery Department, Gatorland Kubota, One Blood, Emler Family Farms, and Gator Solutions. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause.
We definitely got some differences to talk about here in this class. And to me, in my mind, this class, it comes down to some structural differences. We're going to start with the young lady's wide-belted gilt over here. I think she's just the soundest on the move when you watch her around the ring. She really takes a long stride off those front and rear legs. I really like the way she moves with ease and kind of glides around the ring. And with that, she's got some power and she's got some muscle to her. She's got that middle shape, and she's still attractive enough up there through the front end to rise up to the top of this class. Then it gets kind of close for in second and third in my mind. Again, you've got some differences in structure and differences in look and profile. The one that kind of strikes me the most is to come in the second is going to be the blue butt bear over here. He's just really attractive, really up-headed, really tall-fronted. If I'd change him, I'd like to make him move a little freer and take a longer stride off of those rear legs. He's getting tighter and tighter the longer he stays out here. But so is our third, which is going to be this one right here. He's just a little finer boned, and still takes a little shorter stride. But he's got some shape. He's got some cover to him. But like I said, just doesn't quite. When you kind of get down to, comparing these two, I'm going to go with the look at this blue butt here over our third place. And then in fourth, we're going to have the young lady's off-belted barrel here. Another one, just got a lot of center body, got some shape. He gets a little off on those rear legs as he moves out, but I'd like to see him just a little more attractive up through that front end. But again, he's got some product to him. I like him in that fourth hole to move him on up there. He's a pretty solid barrel to be in that hole. Young man's gilt here is another one that's really attractive. Again, we talked about some of those in our first class. I really like the look. I just think this one probably needs another 20 pounds on her. You put another little 20 pounds, a little more cover on this gilt, it makes her a little wider, gives a little more shape down her top, a little more shape there in the lower 1/3 of that ham, and she becomes a really competitive gilt. But I think she just gets out covered and out bloomed in this class to move up any higher. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
In fifth place from Class 2, Dylan Brady. Fourth place, Ramsey Stanley. Third place, Abigail Hutchins. Second place, Rayleigh Steele. In the Class 2, first place was Ashlyn Samora. In the ring for class number 3, we have Logan Shine, Emily Dampier, Peyton Osteen, Chloe Fiegel, Caitlin Pettyjohn, High Springs Holden Elliott, Zach Williams, Mason Kramer, Hunter Thomas, Tylee Alton, and Abigail Carey. We're going to go ahead and have our first joke of the night. What do you call a pig on a trailer? Pulled pork. Testing, testing.
We've got our top 5 pinned over there that we'll bring back out and work. But again, we've got some more in here that kind of like we've talked about with a few of these other classes, they just need a little more bloom and condition on them. We're going to start with kind of 6 and go down on this group, and kind of going to talk a couple of them together and that sort of thing. In 6, we're going to have the young man here with the white gilt, and 7 is going to be the young lady with the belted up, chromed up gilt over here. These two I think are really close in my mind. Again, they're really, really attractive when you look at them on the go. The white gilt is I really like how she's really tall fronted, up shoulder, tall shouldered, gets that head up as she moves around the ring. Same with this chromed up gilt here. They just need about 20 more pounds on them, 20 or 30 more pounds. I think these gilts could really carry a lot more weight to them. But attractive gilts that are sound, and that's what puts them there. They just need a little more time on feed and a little bloom and condition to them. Young man's white bear here is going to come out next. Again, he's got the shape and dimension. He gets a little, to me, probably a little over conditioned, a little softer than what he needs to be. I'd like to see a little more shape and definition down his top there. But again, he's got some middle to him. He's got some soundness and ease of skeleton as he moves around the ring, and that's what puts him there in that hole. Young man here with the belted bear is going to come out next. Another one. Got a big middle to him, but he gets a little disappointed when you get behind him. He just gets a little flatter, a little less shapely in the lower 1/3 of that ham. Like to see a little more expression of ham. And then when our 10 and 11, they're going to round out the class. We got the young man's bear here and the young lady's gilt here. Two that I think just from a structural standpoint need some work. They get a little steeper out of that hip. They're not quite as sound off of those rear legs. They're good, easy feeding type of pigs, but again, they just, compared to the others, they just don't have the structural integrity to move up any higher in this class. But let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
In 11th place was Emily Dampier. 10th place, Mason Kramer. 9th place, Hunter Thomas. 8th place, High Springs Holden Elliott. 7th place, Abigail Carey. And 6th place was Logan Shine. We'd like to take a second to recognize this year's diamond sponsors of the fair. Those are Alachua County Farm Bureau, Farm Credit, Ray's Metalworks, Cowboys Barbecue, and DW Pest Control. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause.
Got an interesting top five here. I think we got one that pretty easily sorts his way to the top. It's going to be this young man's belted bear here. He really impresses you in terms of his skeletal design, the way he's up-headed, he's clean-fronted. As you move back through his shoulders, he's really wide over the top of those shoulders. He's got some center dimension right there through his rib and ties that into a really wide hip. And when you analyze him down to the ground, he stands on a big foot, big bone, and he's got enough shape going away from you to make his way to the top of this class. The two that kind of give me the most trouble and kind of go back and forth on is our second and third place. Second, we're going to go with the young man's belted gilt here. An attractive gilt. Again, we've talked about some of these. It's got a nice skeleton to them. I really like the way she moves around the ring. She's really sound and loose and free moving. Again, I think she just needs a little more bloom and condition on her. You put some more weight on this gilt, and she becomes a lot more competitive. She's level down her top. She's level and tall enough in that tail head set, but she just gives up a little bit in terms of muscle to some of the others in this class, and even our third place gilt, our third place bearer here, which is going to be the calico bearer. I appreciate the amount of power that he's got down his top and through the center portion of that rib, and when you get behind him, he just gets a little shorter headed, a little steeper out of that hip, and doesn't quite move as well off of those rear legs. Again, I think those two are kind of a coin toss in terms of what you're stressing today, and I think we're going to go with structure, and that's what's going to move our that belted gilt up into that second hole over the calico barrel. In fourth, we're going to have this young lady's belted gilt here. Again, another one that's got some muscle, got some shape. Just doesn't quite move as well off of those front or rear legs to move up any higher. But again, from a carcass standpoint, this gilt's got some merit there to fall in that fourth hole. Rounding out the class, we're going to have the young lady's bluebud over here. Again, another one that I really appreciate the look and the style that this gilt has. She just gets a little too narrow on you when you get behind her. She just doesn't quite have as much shape and expression as those up ahead of her to move up any higher in class. But let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
In fifth place was Caitlin Pettyjohn. Fourth place, Tylee Alton. Third place, Chloe Fiegel. Second place, Peyton Osteen. And first place, Zach Williams. As a reminder, there are restrooms located west of the grandstands. There's a very nice building, very nice bathrooms. That way. In the ring for Class 4, we have Owen Tyner, Cole Price, Lawson Bartlett, Chloe Walding, Luke Pernini Dykes, Lexi Bennell, Wyatt Hester, Aubrey Freilich, and Kyle Dyksterhouse. Also Cheyenne Lalonde and Elijah Hood. What do you call a laundromat for pigs? Hogwash. We'd like to recognize our platinum sponsors of the Youth Fair. Those sponsors are B&M Equipment Rental, Clay Electric, Parks Ford, Texas Trailers, and Watson C&D. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause.
All right, we've got our top 5 pinned over there. We're going to talk these the 6 through 11 out here. In 6, we're going to go with the young man's chromed up barrel here. I think he's just got enough power, enough shape and middle to kind of fall in there. A barrel that I think if he moved around the ring a little better and got a little looser in that skeleton, he could easily work his way up in that top 5. I really like the carcass that he's got and the muscle that he's got. He just doesn't quite have the flexibility to move up any higher. Young lady over here with the belted gilt is going to come out next. Another one that, again, I think moves around the ring, got some middle to her there. Just it gives up a lot in terms of structure. Look, it's a little finer boned, smaller footed there at the ground. I'd like to see a little more shape and dimension when you get behind this gilt from her ham and watch her as she goes away from you. Coming out next, we're going to have the young man's chromed up barrel here. Another one. I really like this barrel from his profile, the way he's an attractive barrel. He just doesn't have enough power and shape and dimension to move up any higher. Then we get to a belted barrel here that's going to come out next. This young man, again, another one that from the bone work from the ground up just gets a little finer bone. It doesn't have that overall shape and dimension that we'd like to see in some of these up ahead of him. Young man over here in the corner with the short-haired gilt over here is another one that, again, just would like to see a little more bone work, a little more overall dimension and shape to move up any higher in this class. Young lady with the white barrel is going to round out the class. Another one I'd like to see just a little more structurally sound, gets down in those shoulders a little bit, gets those that rear hip just gets a little lower in that tail head set. I'd like to see this barrel stride out and get a little more flexible off that rear end. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
In 11th place was Lexi Bennell. 10th place, Elijah Hood. 9th place, Wyatt Hester. 8th place, Cole Price. 7th place, Cheyenne Lalonde. And in 6th place was Owen Tyner. As a reminder, you can buy some fundraising tickets on the west side of the stands. There are some amazing gift baskets from Daisy's Creations and Mescali Farms. You can buy a ticket for $1 a piece or 6 tickets for $5. You can also purchase a raffle ticket for a cut and wrapped hog, $1 or 6 for $5. And you can also get a raffle ticket for a Texas trailer, 12-foot stock trailer, 1 ticket for $20 or 6 for $100. You don't need to be present to win, and winners will be picked on Tuesday, March 9th.
We got a pair of hogs that worked their way up to the top of this class pretty easily. I think they're really similar in their design. They're similar in their muscle pattern. They, where it changes a little bit, you get some differences on these. Is kind of how their overall stoutness of structure, stoutness of bone. When you look at them from the ground up. We're going to start this class with the young man's belted gilt over here. I think she just kind of puts it all together in a really cool package that, like I said, when you analyze her from the ground up, she's big bone, she's big-footed, really cool up there through that front end. She's got a big top in her and got a big hip and carries that down to a really wide base with enough bone and foot size as you watch her track away from you. The young lady's kind of chromed up gilt here is going to come out next. Again, another one that really follows that type and kind. Another really cool fronted, big top. But where she gives up a little bit, like I said, when you get down to the ground, she's just a little smaller footed, finer bone. When you get right behind her and watch her track away from you, she just isn't quite as wide tracking. She's just a little narrower at the ground than what our class winner is. But again, two that really pattern well and really look pretty tight up there on the front end when you just watch them walking out there in front of you. Young man over there in the corner with the black hip barrel, or black hip gilt, I'm sorry, is going to come out next. Another one, really attractive, but again, another one of those that I think just needs a few more pounds on her to be more competitive out here. Just gets a little flatter rib, a little, not quite as much bloom and shape right over the loin edge. But again, I think you put some more weight on this gilt and project her out a little further. She's just really would be a nice one. Really attractive up through that front end, sound, big-footed, big bone. Just gets too flat overall when you look at her from the top down and going away from you. Young man's white gilt over here is going to come out next. Big-bodied gilt, again, got a lot of condition on her. You like to see that. She's really easy feeding. She just gets a little over-conditioned, a little softer for me out here compared to those up ahead of her. But a big middle, big wide made type gilt that just like to see her a little more trim with a little more shape and definition. Young lady here is going to come out in fifth with this narrow belted gilt here. Another one that, again, just like to see a little more center body width, get a little sounder off of those rear legs. As you can see, she just gets a little tighter moving out of that hip. Would like to see her freer off of those rear legs. But again, when you look at her in that front 1/3, really attractive up there through that front end, just doesn't quite have the power and condition to move up any higher in this class. Let's give these five a big round of applause.
In fifth place was Chloe Walding. Fourth place, Luke Pernini Dykes. Third place, Lawson Bartlett. Second place was Aubrey Freilich. And first place was Kyle Dijksterhouse. Again, we would like to thank Sleepy G's Bees for providing the class winner awards for tonight's show. In the ring for Class 5, we have Tony Myers, Danny Sanders, Joseph Bacilli, Colby Whitfield, Annalie Tidwell, Ashton Hall, Alessandra Quintana, Zane Clark, Jason Whitney, Kinsey White, Kristen Mason, and Waylon White. Please don't forget to support our fundraising table over at the west side of the stands. They have some awesome raffles going on from Daisy's Creation and Mescali Farms. Those are gift baskets, $1 a piece or 6 for $5. A cut and wrapped hog, $1 a piece or 6 for $5. And the Texas Trailer 12-foot stock trailer, 1 ticket for $20 or 6 for $100. You need not be present to win, and winners will be picked on Tuesday, March 9th. All proceeds go to benefit the scholarship fund of the Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show.
All right, we start this, as we pull out our top 5 over there and start these, talking them down from 6th place. We got 3 in here that just really powerful ones that have a lot of muscle and have a lot of meat and product to them. They just don't quite move around the ring good enough for me to move up into that top 5. 6th is going to be the young lady here with the belted gilt. 7th is going to be the young man over here with the chromed up barra. And in 8th is going to be the young lady over there in the corner in the 4H jacket. I think these 3, again, they kind of all fit the same pattern, just really big, powerful made market hogs, just don't quite move around as well. They get a little wider, a little outside of the skeleton, and just don't have the structural soundness to move up into that top 5. But again, they got some power to them that you appreciate. Young man right here is going to come out next. Is another one that we talked about. A lot of them like these. I think as an attractive pig, just needs more shape and definition to her. A little more center body width right there over that top and there and through that rib to move up any higher. Then we move. Where are we moving to next? The young ladies. Wait a minute. 6, 7, 8. Got so many of them out here. I'm trying to remember where we're at. So. No. I'm sorry. I lost count in my mind. I was in the right place. Just have my numbers wrong. Coming out next is going to be the young man over here with this off-belted barra. Again, another one that in that front 1/3, you really like him. Appreciate that look that he's got, but he just gets a little disappointed when you get that rear 1/3. He gets a little narrow right over there at the top of his hip and down there at the lower 1/3 of that ham. Then we run into a couple of white pigs that I think just need a little more shape and power. The young lady's blue masked gilt right over here. Another one that, again, just needs a little more shape down that top, a little more rib shape, a little more dimension when you look at her. And then our blue bear over here, you can see he just doesn't quite get around the ring well enough. He gets really stiff out of the hip, like he may have injured it somewhere down the road. But, they've got to be able to move. They've got to be able to travel around the ring, and he just doesn't get around the ring well enough to move up any higher. But let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
In 12th place was Annalie Tidwell. 11th place, Ashton Hall. 10th place, Colby Whitfield. 9th place, Joseph Achille. 8th place, Kinsey White. 7th place, Waylon White. And in 6th place was Kristen Mason. Don't forget that bathrooms are located on the west end of the grandstands. On your way out to the bathroom building, you can stop by and see Miss Amanda for all of your raffle needs. The raffles support the Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show scholarship funds.
Definitely got an entrance set to talk out here in this top 5. We're going to start the class with the young ladies, solid black one over here. One that is not the most powerful one out here in the ring, but you've really got to appreciate the way this gilt gets out there and struts around the ring. She's by far the soundest one we've got out here. She's up-headed. She's really loosening that skeleton up on her front end and on her rear legs and just gets out there and really glides around the ring. So when you put that together with that skeleton and you evaluate her from a muscle standpoint, she's got enough muscle to move up to the top of this class. She's got enough shape and width down her top. She's got enough width down there at her base to work her way up to the top of this class. Again, like I said, she wasn't the most powerful one out here, but probably the most powerful one is going to be our second class. It's going to be the young man's off-belted bear over here. Just a really powerful bear, especially when you get over his top and right there at his lower one-third of the ham. He just doesn't move around the ring. He gets really tight. He doesn't have that flexibility that we'd like to have. I'd like to see him stretched out maybe just a little bit more. You know, if we gave him a little, maybe another inch up there on his front end and an inch in his spine, he may flex out a little bit better and may move up and win this class pretty easily. But like I said, again, he just doesn't have that flexibility to move up any higher. Young man's wide belted one here is going to come out next in third. Another gilt that kind of matches that bear, a big powerful gilt, but again, she's just a little finer bone and doesn't have the flexibility to move up any higher in this class. Got this chromed up gilt here that's going to come out in fourth. Another one that she's pretty sound. Like I said, she just doesn't have enough middle, enough shape right there through the center portion of that rib, and enough ham to move up into that top 3 slot tonight. Again, I think she's another one that could use a few more days on feed and get a little more belly and rib to her. and certainly be more competitive. Go round out the class with the bluebud over here. Another one's got plenty of rib shape, plenty of middle. Again, a nice carcass hog. Just doesn't quite have the shape and definition as some of these up ahead of him, or as up ahead of her to move up any higher in the class. But a nice set. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
In 5th place was Tony Myers. 4th place, Jason Whitney. 3rd place, Danny Sanders. 2nd place, Zane Clark. And 1st place was Alessandra Quintana. In the ring for Class 6, we have Laura Kleckner, Paige Tibbetts, Ace Pearson, Kendall Williams, Caitlin Dillard, Annabeth Green, Hunter Dennis, Marley Price, Nolan Thomas, Danielle Hodge, Lexi Castles, Matthew Green, and Bryson Osteen. Are y'all ready for another joke? What do you get when you cross a pig and a cactus? A porcupine. I need a little bit more applause from that one. Attention in the barn, Marcellus West and Blake Duplay. Your mother is waiting for you right over at the Red Roof building at the show office. Marcellus West and Blake Duplay, you need to go meet your mother over at the show office. Thank you. Attention in the barn, Marcellus West and Blake Duplay. Please go meet your mother at the show office. That's the Red Roof building.
All right, sometimes it gets a little harder to sort through these down here. They kind of got some differences. You got several of them out here that almost look just alike, so you're trying to really, get nitpicky on some of these. We're going to go with 6 and 7 with a couple pigs that are really powerful made pigs. They really, from a muscle and structure or from a muscle and power standpoint, they really get close to working their way up into the top of the class, top 5. But they just kind of drop off when you look at them from a structural standpoint. We got the young lady's blue butt bear over here, and the young lady's black sock-footed gilt over here. Again, really powerful made type market hogs. They just don't quite have enough structural integrity to move up into that top 5. They just get really tight off of those rear legs, start to get outside their skeleton on you, and just don't have enough power to them. Then as we move down the line, we just get several more that just, again, they just don't quite have the muscle and the power to move up any higher. We've got some of them that they get a little flatter shape, flatter rib, flatter in their ham, and don't have the muscle and the power as our top 5 or our 6 and 7. Then as we move on down the line a little further, we get some that, again, get a little flatter, they get a little tighter on you, and don't quite have the overall look to move up any higher in this class. But again, a nice set. Nonetheless, we're going to excuse these and work those top 5.
In 13th place was Hunter Dennis. 12th place, Marley Price. 10th place, Paige Tibbetts. Ninth place, Nolan Thomas. Eighth place, Lexi Castles. Seventh place, Annabeth Green. In sixth place, Laura Kleckner.
Nice set out here in our top five. Definitely some difference to talk about, and they've all got some really good qualities about them. It just gets down to personal preferences when you start to sort them out. We're going to start with the young ladies' blue butt barrow here. I think he just is the most complete out here. He's just a big, powerful made, big rib, big top type barrow. Gets a lot of shape to him. He's really big bone and big footed from the ground up. He gets a little tighter than what I'd like to see him off his rear legs. I know we talked about structure, but he does move. I think he moves around good enough with the amount of power that he's got, with enough width of base to run up there to the top of the class. I think the one that most closely follows him is going to be the young man's belted pig over there in the corner. Is another one that, again, has got some shape, got some power, got some look, especially when you look at analyze the foot and bone size from the ground up. He just isn't quite as attractive to me as our class winner, but two that I think really just kind of match up pretty well on the top end of this class. The one that kind of gives me the most problems in this class is the young man's black gilt here. When you look at her, she's really got a killer front end on her, really attractive, but and super smooth as she moves around the ring. When you look at her from the profile, but it also she gets a little piecey to me. I'd like to see her have a little more width and a little more expansion right there in the forerib. She gets a little pinch for me right there in her forerib. And then when you get behind her, she isn't quite as square at the hocks and square to the ground. She kind of hocks in a little bit as you watch her track away. Just like to see her, have a little more width of hock and squareness back there as you watch her track away from you. But a really attractive gilt, nonetheless, to fall in that third hole. Young man's white gilt or white barrow over here is going to come out next. There's another one. There's attractive barrow, really cool fronted, up-headed. Just needs some more rib shape and cover on him to move up any higher in this class. The blue Rollin here is going to come out next. Is another one that does have that rib shape. Just doesn't quite have enough definition down his top and over his rib and right there in that center portion of the ham to move up any higher. But a nice market hog nonetheless to round out the top five of this group. Let's give him a big round of applause.
In fifth place was Caitlin Dillard. Fourth place, Ace Pearson. Third place, Matthew Green. Second place, Bryson Osteen. And first place was Danielle Hodge. In the ring for Class 7, we have Ace Castles, David Moore, Randall Tate, Matthew Berry, Samuel Carroll, Tifton Green, Ryan Dillard, Peyton Williams, and Caitlin Griffith. We'd like to recognize this year's bronze sponsors of the fair: Sanders Grading, Kiwanis, Daisy Creations and Mescali Farms, TCB Services, Utter Club, Jack Gaskin DVM, and JR and Crystal Richburg. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause. Are y'all ready for another pig joke? Why did the pig go to the casino? To play the slot machines.
Got our 6 through 9 out here in the ring. In 6, we're going to go with the young man's belted gilt over here that didn't want to get off the rail. Never really got a good look at this gilt, and you really got to be able to judge these pigs out here in motion, get them out here in the center of the ring. I think if he'd been able to get her off the rail and get her out here, he may have had a better shot to make it in that top 5, because she's got some power and she's got some shape to her. But when I finally was able to kind of watch her go away and get tracking away from me, she does get a little narrow based and like to see her square to the ground than what she is. But again, a fairly nice gilt to just not make the cut in here today. Coming out next is going to be the young man's this belted barrel here. Another one that, we talked about look and profile today. Some of these that are left out here just don't quite get that head up. They're not tall enough from their shoulders. They kind of walk around with their head down. And that's a structural thing. They don't just walk naturally with that head up and have that cocky look to them. Just would like to see this bear have it be a little more attractive as he moves around the ring. Same for our next one, this blue bear here. Again, just kind of a little down-headed, needs to come out of their shoulders a little better and be a little more attractive and stylish to move up in this class today. Young man's blue bud here is going to round out the class. Really loose, structured bear, gets around the ring with some ease, but he just doesn't quite have the look and the overall power of some of those up ahead of him to move up any higher. But let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
In 9th place was Randall Tate. 8th place, Ryan Dillard. 7th place, Ace Castles. And 6th place was Matthew Berry. Let's give those exhibitors a big round of applause. Don't forget to stop by our fundraising table at the west end of the stands. You can buy raffle tickets for custom baskets, for a cut and wrapped hog, and for the Texas trailer. All of those proceeds will go to benefit the scholarship fund of the Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show. Please make sure to stop by and check those out.
Again, another entrance set out here in our top five. Definitely got some differences amongst these top five, and you could kind of put your preferences and your emphasis in different areas and sort them a number of different ways. But the way I've been sorting them tonight, basing a lot of it on structure and that combination, style, and balance. We're going to start the class with the young ladies. White gilt right over here. I think she's just the combination gilt of the class. She's a big-bodied, big-middle type of gilt that's really wide-based and tracks out with enough structural integrity to move up to the top of the class. We're going to follow her with the young man's white bear over here. He's not the next most powerful one in here, but again, from a structural standpoint, he gets around the ring pretty easy. He's got some style and balance. I'd like to see a little more rib shape to him, there in that lower 1/3 of that rib in the center of his body, but he's got enough muscle when you get behind him, and he's sound enough to move around the ring, track around the ring. The one that gives me the most problems is going to be the calico one here. He's just a big middle, big powerful type bear, but he's just really tight in the spine, and he doesn't have enough flexibility to move up any higher. The young man does a good job getting him moving and trying to get him driving as best as he can, but you can just tell he just doesn't move comfortably around the ring, and that's what drops him down to that third hole. If he'd loosen up and really stride out in here in this ring, he'd easily kind of move up towards the top end of this class. Then we got a couple of them that just kind of differences in style and balance. We're going to go with the young man's belted one here, just a little more stylish, nicer profiling type gilt that you'd like to see maybe a little more width of ham when you get behind her. But again, she moves really sound, and she moves free and loose as she gets around the ring, up-headed enough and attractive enough to fall in that next hole. The young man's blue one, blue roan or blue belted one here is going to come out next. Again, I'd like to see her a little more up-headed, a little square out of that hip to move up any higher. But again, she's sound enough and moves off with enough authority off of those feet and legs to make this top five and round out this top five with a pretty good one. But let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
In 5th place was Peyton Williams. 4th place, David Moore. 3rd place, Tipton Green. 2nd place, Samuel Carroll. And 1st place was Caitlin Griffith. In the ring for Class 8, we have Aiden Butcher, Shelton Bass, Landon Boyd, Brooke Walding, Ella Carr, Drake Barbado, Damian Gallagher, Blake Castles, Ava Adams, Autry Pendarvis, Clay Dees, and Samantha Pernini Dykes. We'd like to take a minute to recognize the silver sponsors of this year's fair. The silver sponsors are Campus USA Credit Union, Kale Partners Architecture and Interiors, ViStar Credit Union, Blackwell Electric, SGS Contracting Services, KPI Engineering, and Signs by GRE. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause. Are y'all ready for another joke? Why did the pig break up with her boyfriend? He was a boar.
All right, we've got our top 5 over there pinned. We're going to work through these, the 6 through 12 in this class. 6 is going to be the young man right here, number 35, this blue-butted bear. Again, another one that I think really attractive type bear. Just you can't really get him off the rail as well and get him moving out there. Needs some more rib shape to him. When you get behind him, he's got some muscle shape, but I'd like to see a little more bone and structure to him overall. Then we've got a couple of them that kind of fit that same mold. We got the young man over here with the black-headed bear, or black-headed gilt, I'm sorry, and then the belted bear right here. You know, those are 2 that I think kind of logically come out in the next couple holes. They've got some shape and they got some muscle. They just don't. They kind of get a little more piecey, like they're put together by committee out here. They like to see a little more bloom and shape on them overall. And then we get to some more that, again, they just need some more shape, more to me, more structurally correct. The 2 belted ones over here need to have a little more structure and, better spine down their top. The young lady's white one over here, again, these aren't necessarily in particular order, but just as we sort them out, it just gets a little softer out here. It leaves a little more shape and definition as they move around the ring. But again, a nice group of pigs. Let's give them a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
In 12th place was Ava Adams. 11th place, Aiden Butcher. 10th place, Samantha Pernini Dykes. 9th place, Drake Barbado. 8th place, Damian Gallagher. 7th place, Shelton Bass. And 6th place, Blake Castles. Attention in the stands. If you've misplaced your cell phone, we have one in the announcer's booth. We have a cell phone that was left in the stands up in the announcer's booth. If you can come up here and your fingerprint matches it, it's all yours.
Definitely got an interesting group out here for this top 5. You know, we got a few of them that don't want to cooperate, and it makes it a little harder to evaluate them and really get to see them. You know, I know that kind of gets difficult, gets frustrating for some of these kids because they're working hard, trying to do the best they can. And like I said, you try to give them every opportunity to really be able to get to evaluate those pigs. But like I said, we definitely got some differences that we can talk about out here, and as we evaluate them. I'm going to start with the young man's belted bear over here on the rail. He's really worked this bear hard and tried to get him out here. And I think, you know, when you look at him and evaluate him, he's the combination bear of the bunch. He's cool enough fronted. He's got enough middle. He's got enough top shape. He's wide enough. He's not the most powerful one out here. But when you watch him put those feet down, he really, like some of those others we talked about before, really kind of glides around the ring. And when he really gets out there and feels his tracks when he's trying to get, you know, when he gets to moving around. Young lady's blue-butted bear here is going to come out next. A really powerful, kind of a meat wagon type bear. Yeah, you really ought to appreciate the muscle and the shape he's got down his top. And he moves good enough for the amount of power he's got. He just doesn't quite balance up as well. He gets a little more forward in shoulders, gets a little more down-headed, and it just makes him just not quite as attractive when you watch him track around the ring, but a really nice one nonetheless to fall in that second hole. Then we kind of get to a couple of them that just kind of want to stay on the rail. We got a big, powerful gilt over here, big middle, big top, big hip. She just doesn't want to cooperate. Of course, that's sometimes being these gilts, as they get up to this size and this age, they get a little more aggravating and that sort of thing. But I think she kind of logically falls in that third hole with the amount of power that she's got. I'd like to see her get in those feet, those rear feet a little more inside her skeleton a little bit, be a little square back down on those rear legs, but a nice, powerful one to fall in that third hole. Young man's blue-topped gilt over here is going to come out next. Another one that I think, you know, she's attractive enough up through that front end, got some power and got some muscle. She just gets a little tighter in that spine. If you watch her when she does get to moving around the ring, she gets a little gets a little higher right there in the middle of that spine and just doesn't quite have as much width right there in that ham-loin junction to be moved up any higher in class, but a nice attractive one nonetheless. The young lady that's going to come out next has got the bear here that he's been the most cooperative one out here in the class today. Really, she does a good job driving this bear around the ring. I really appreciate that. And, you know, one thing we talk about, you know, when we're judging pigs, you got to judge them in motion. And I think she does the best job keeping this bear in motion and letting us get a good look at what he is and that sort of thing. But when you really start to analyze him from a skeletal standpoint and a structural standpoint, he gets a little tight out of the hip, just doesn't quite have as much shape and dimension as we move back to his rear 1/3. Like to see him a little thicker and fuller down there in the lower 1/3 of that ham and have a little more foot and bone size to move up any higher. But let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause as they exit the ring here today.
In 5th place, we had Ella Carr. 4th place, Clay Dees. 3rd place, Autry Pendarvis. 2nd place, Brooke Walding. And 1st place was Landon Boyd. Again, a special thank you goes out to Sleepy G's B for providing the class winner awards for tonight's show. In the ring for Class 9, we have John Ford Lill, Rachel Miller, Taylor Greenberg, Veda Bristow, Madison Fogarty, Michael Wonder, Sarah Henderson, Holly Carroll, Caleb Jacobs, and Austin Mason. We'd like to recognize our gold sponsors of this year's fair. Those sponsors are Alachua County Cattlemen's Association, the Alachua County Solid Waste and Resource Recovery Department, Gatorland Kubota, One Blood, Emler Family Farms, and Gator Solutions. Let's give those sponsors and these exhibitors a big round of applause. As a reminder, when you leave the stands, please take your trash with you. There are trash cans located at the east and west ends of the grandstands for your convenience. Please make sure to clean up after yourselves. Thank you.
All right, we get ready to excuse these 6 through 10. We've got some differences out here. 6 is going to be this young man's belted bear here. Again, a bear that I think from like in those front 2/3 of this one, I think he's a pretty good bear. You know, he's clean enough frontage. He's got enough width and shape down his top. He disappoints me right there in his hip. He just gets a little steeper out of that hip, and it just makes him just not balance up as well. He moves around well enough. He just doesn't quite have the power and structure in that hip that I'd like to see. The young man's belted one over here is going to come out next. There's another one that kind of fits that same mold. He gets a little steep out of that hip, and he's a little straighter in his shoulder. Just doesn't quite move off of both ends as well as our 6th place bear does. But again, you know, he's got some power and muscle to him. But just like I said, just from a structural standpoint, doesn't have enough integrity to him to move up any higher. The black-headed gilt here is going to come out next. There's another one that I think just needs a little more bloom and condition. You know, even when we're getting up here to these heavier weights. And again, she's a nice made gilt. Just didn't quite drive out enough or well enough to be able to really evaluate her that well. But again, like to see a little more foot bone and foot size of this gilt to move her up any higher. Then we get to a couple of other ones here. Got this young lady over here in the corner's got a bear that I think just got some power. He just outpowers our 10th place gilt. We'd like to see him a little cleaner and up there through that front end, have a little more tone and shape over that loin and rib. But again, just it's a power standpoint that it puts him up there. And the young lady over here with the other blue butt one's going to come out next. This blue butt gilt, she just doesn't quite have enough muscle and power down her top and in her hand to be moved up any higher. But let's give these young exhibitors a big round of applause.
In 10th place, we had Holly Carroll. 9th place, Madison Fogarty. 8th place, John Ford. 7th place, Austin Mason. And 6th place was Caleb Jacobs. Don't forget to stop by the fundraising table at the west end of the stands. They have raffle tickets for baskets, the Texas trailer, and a cut and wrapped hog. All of the proceeds from those raffles will go to support the Alachua County Youth Fair and Livestock Show senior scholarships. Are y'all ready for another pig joke? What do you call a Spanish pig? Porque.
We get into these heavier weight classes, we definitely start to get some differences in stages of finish and how well they're kind of holding that together and keeping that that cover and that condition on them in terms of just in terms of how they handle it and how they look and how it still makes them look either youthful or fresh or getting a little past their prime and that sort of thing. It just kind of gets down to some personal preferences in terms of what you prefer or what I prefer out here today in these classes. We're going to start this class with the young lady's gilt here that I think she just kind of getting these upper weight, heavier weights. She kind of still has that youthful look to her up to her front end. She's got a bold enough top. She really's got some spread right there at her blades and got some shape and cover over her ribs and tracks out with enough looseness of structure and skeleton to move up to the top of this class. Young ladies, which one is this? The white one here is going to come out next. This gilt, she's just a big, powerful gilt. Got a lot of middle to her, a lot of rib shape, but she's one that just kind of gets a little past her prime, I think, in terms of the amount of cover and condition that she's carrying, especially up there through her throat and jowl. I'd like to see her a little more trimmer up there, the head and neck, be a little more attractive fronted to move up and to be competing to win this class. But two nice ones there on the front top end of this class that, like I said, I think you could go either way. It just depends on how you prefer, how much condition and cover they're carrying. Young lady's bear down here is going to come out next. Is another one that, again, he's got that youthful look to him up there on his front end. I really like those front 2/3. Where he gets to me is that rear 1/3. I'd like to see him a little higher in that tail head set. And then when you watch him get out and track away from you, he gets a little close right there at his hocks and like to see him a little square on those rear legs as he moves away from you. The young man's belted bear here is going to come out next. Is another one that has got some power to him, got some shape. But again, he's getting a little on up there in terms of carrying a little more cover up there through that throat and jowl. I'd like to see him a little more attractive up through that front end. Young lady's white bear is going to be next. Is another one that I think he's just kind of just getting up there in terms of got plenty of cover. Doesn't have that freshness of look to him to move up any higher today. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
In 5th place was Taylor Greenberg. 4th place, Michael Wonder. 3rd place, Rachel Miller. 2nd place, Veda Bristow. And 1st place, Sarah Henderson. In the ring for Class 10, Amaya Clay, Eli Surrency, Leslie Philpott, Lydia McGraw, Jacob Travers, and Spencer Bates. We'd like to recognize this year's diamond sponsors: Alachua County Farm Bureau, Farm Credit, Ray's Metalworks, Cowboys Barbecue, and DW Pest Control. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause. Another special thank you goes out to Sleepy G's Bees for the class winner awards for tonight's show.
So we just got 6 out here. I'm not going to pin any of them. I'm just going to place them and talk them. You know, we get up to these heavier weights. Like I said, I talked with that last one, that last class. We definitely got some differences in freshness and appearance out here in terms of we get up to, you know, some of these pigs are pushing 300 pounds. And you know, so it gets more challenging for them to hold it together in terms of that freshness and keep that fresh look to them and have a youthful appearance. That being said, you know, and sometimes gilts are a little easier to do that with. We're going to start the class with a young man's gilt over here in the corner. She's got enough shape and gets around the ring. When he can get her off the rail, she really tracks out well and has got a good structure, you know, good skeleton to her, and she's able to move out around the ring good enough. And like I said, again, still has that youthful look up on her front end, and she's going to work her way up the top of this class. Young man's blue barrel here is going to come out next. There's another one that, again, I really like the amount of the power and the muscle this barrel has. He just gets a little over-conditioned and doesn't look quite as fresh out here. And, you know, again, like I said, that's the difference between barrels and gilts. You get keeping them up here at this weight and keeping them fresh enough looking, it can kind of sometimes make the difference between first or second in class. Then we get into a few more that just kind of, again, have a few differences. Third, we're going to have the young ladies, Black Bear here. Again, another one that, for this weight class, he's got some shape down his top. He's got some width to him. He just doesn't quite have the bone structure and the soundness on his rear legs to move up ahead of those other two. I'd like to see him pick that tail head up a little bit and have it square up a little bit out of that hip to move up any higher. Then we've got the young man's white gilt here. Again, she's another one that it definitely just has that youthful, fresh look to her up at this heavier weight. But when you get over and evaluate her down her top, she just gets a little flatter and a little plainer top and doesn't quite have the shape and definition that I'd like to see at this weight to move up any higher. Young lady's bear over here on the rail is another one that, again, he's got some shape, got some middle to him, and got some power. He just doesn't have that look and that attractiveness to move up any higher. Then we got the young man's spotted black top, spotted bear over here that, again, he's big down his top, but if you watch him, again, like we talked about some of the others, he gets a little tight in that hip and tight in that spine and really drops off at that tail head set. I'd like to see him get be more structurally sound and move out a little smoother and freer off those rear legs. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause out here in this heavyweight class.
Attention in the barn. If you drive a Ford F-150 plate VVV72, we need you to move your truck. You have blocked several people in. Ford F-150 plate VVV72, if you could please move your truck soon. You're blocking several people in. Thank you. From Class 10 in 6th place was Leslie Philpott. 5th place, Amaya Clay. 4th place, Eli Surrency. 3rd place, Lydia McGraw. 2nd place, Spencer Bates. And 1st place, Jacob Travers. This is our final drive. In the ring, we have Shepard Simmons, Ashlyn Samora, Zach Williams, Kyle Dyksterhouse, Alessandra Quintana, Danielle Hodge, Caitlin Griffith, Sarah Henderson, and Jacob Travers. Special thank you to this year's platinum sponsors of the fair. Those are B&M Equipment Rental, Clay Electric, Parks Ford, Texas Trailers, and Watson C&D. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause.
Let's put your hands together for these kids out here in this final drive. They've done a great job tonight. They've really been working hard. You know, we've got some really good pigs down here. I made the comment from Class 1. You know, I was impressed from the get-go with the quality of the pigs, and I'm even more impressed with the quality of the kids out here. You know, they've done a good job getting these pigs fed. You know, I've been to a lot of shows and judged a lot of shows that got 100+ head in them, and you know, you don't have they won't have the quality that's as deep as what y'all have had here today. Like I said, I think that's for the kids and the parents and the ag teachers and county agents should all be commended for the work and effort they put into getting these animals fed and getting them ready for the show, and on a daily basis. You can tell that it makes a difference when they work them and really work their animals at home and get them, get the skin and hair right, get the feeding right, and all those things. It just makes a big difference, and that's one of the reasons why these kids are out here in this final drive today. Those pigs have kind of hit this end point and kind of put it all together, and in their respective classes, they've kind of were the combination of what we're looking for in terms of muscle and stoutness and style and balance and structural correctness. As I think if you watch them walk around the ring, I think you can kind of see a pattern from class 1 all the way up to the heavyweight class. Before I before I go out and pick your champion and your reserve champion, I want to take the opportunity to thank y'all for having me down here. Thank the show committee for having me down here to come in and evaluate the kids and the animals. One thing that I can tell y'all, especially going into tomorrow night when we got showmanship, those of y'all that, if you're still back there listening, one of the things that really makes a difference and the things that, I'd like to see you work on tomorrow for showmanship. We judge pigs in motion. They've got to be moving. They don't have to be walking right up on top of me all the time. You want to get them out there and get them moving and get them out in the ring. We've got a good sized ring here. Take advantage of that. Get out there where I can see them. If they're standing on top of my feet, it's hard for me to get a good look at them. You want them to be out there in the ring, moving around. So, just kind of keep that in mind tomorrow for showmanship, and keep them driving. Like I said, we judge them in motion. If you've got one that won't drive and won't move, it's hard to evaluate them, especially in weight class and even harder in showmanship. So just make sure you keep them moving. As we look around the ring, I think these kids that are out here right now, they're doing a good job keeping these pigs moving. They're keeping them out there where I can evaluate them, and just kind of keep that in mind and pay attention to some of that as you get ready for showmanship tomorrow and starting to get prepared for it. But again, I'd like to thank y'all for having me down here. I'm going to go out and look at them one more time before I pick your champion. But before I do that, again, let's give them one more big round of applause.
Your grand champion, 2021 Market Hog, was exhibited by Danielle Hodge. Congratulations, Danielle. Coming back in the ring is Bryson Osteen. Reserve Grand Champion Market Hog for 2021 was exhibited by Kyle Dyksterhouse. Congratulations, Kyle. That concludes tonight's show. We appreciate all of y'all that stayed and watched and supported these kids, and we'll see y'all back tomorrow. Thank you.